You know what? You cheated. You know what? You cheated.
Moonlight Syndrome.
One day, guys. One day. One day we're gonna play Moonlight Syndrome. One day! Whether it's translated or not, we're gonna play Moonlight Syndrome and the Twilight Syndrome games. I want to play all of them because they look fucking awesome. They look fucking awesome. They have that perfect atmosphere. They all involve Suda51. He directed officially Moonlight Syndrome's 1 and or Twilight Syndrome's 1 and 2, but he never but it was more of a last minute thing. He didn't actually like fully direct him. He would just took on directorial duties near the end of development. Twilight Syndrome was 100% his thing. None of them have been translated yet. One of them, I think Moonlight Syndrome is actually getting a fan translation in progress, but there's like no info on it, like ever outside of some tweets. But that's my fucking holy grail. I'm gonna be so satisfied when I finally can sink my teeth into those. Probably one of the reasons I'm learning Japanese. Davido. I love how I tried to denoise it. But it counted the Davido as noise, so it didn't work. We also have to talk about Dio. We're also going to talk about Dio today. That's the other PC-88 game that came out with a CD, and it's pretty sick. It's actually really sick how it uses it. Like, it is basically a full-ass PC-98 game, except it has PC-88 graphics. Because it was designed for PC-88 for some reason. How's it going, Marcus? Shile Rise, Sugars, Dana, welcome in. How's it going, Dana? I had to throw in the Karases. If they were gonna sound request me saying Karas, I had to have Droopy saying Karas also. We're just chilling a bit, giving it a little bit of time to do it, making some last minute things. How do you like the Halloween aesthetics? I Geigerized the truck. I even Geigerized it's still the police squad Naked Gun intros. I just made a really high contrast black and white to make it spooky. Going for that 100%. Getting close to end game. Still think you're like level 25. Oh, Dana, by the way, here's the new sounds. We got new sounds. The new sounds command is directly from your bot, Dana. It's a lot better.
This is a Goomer game.
It's a whole lot better. Yeah, it's way better than what I was using before. Also, let me pin that. New sounds. Here we go. Yeah, it's just a JSON. I just change it every time I change. You get new sounds. I change it out. Oh man, mirrors. So much happened in mirrors.
Game.
I'm like all set for like, I know exactly what's going on, mostly. There's still some mysteries.
Xbox.
Last time we played mirrors, it was like painting David's ancestor or his previous life as this benevolent wizard king. He was this benevolent wizard king who just wanted to make the world better, and there was betrayal on all sides because he was at war with the king in the north. We don't know about the king of the north yet, but we know that the king of the north labeled this king as the devil king, and so people started calling him the devil king. And I thought, oh, okay, so this is just a war thing. And, you know, there hits a point where one of his advisors poisons him. He doesn't kill him, but he poisons him. And Susanna, his advisor lady, is like carrying him off with this 80-year-old other advisor. And they're like trying to escape the castle as shit's hitting the fan. And they're like, oh man, at least our General Fenrir is still alive and healthy and his armies are still strong. And they run into Fenrir, and Fenrir decides he wanted to join the king in the north. All right, Soda. I should clip myself saying new sounds. Have that play whenever somebody says new sounds. I may do that. I may do that, Dana. It wouldn't be too hard. It wouldn't be too hard to add that in. How's it going, Crudus? Welcome in, Soda. So we got that. We got that shit going. Oh yeah, anyway, he like Fenrir betrays the Devil King. He betrays him and tries to kill him. And you know, the king is still fine-ish. He's hurt, he's poisoned, but he's still got magic. And he puts a curse on him and literally like blasts a scar into his head, which makes him bleed profusely and freak out, and they escape. And that curse apparently went all the way down to his descendants. So like hundreds or thousands of years later, they find the guy with the scar, and he's this German magician. And the scar on his head, he like put like a prosthetic third eye on it so people would think it was a third eye because he was embarrassed about the scar. And he does magic tricks, and he's not even a bad guy. He's not even a bad guy. I think he was like Tor Johnson. And David, the main character, gets mad because he makes fun of one of his bandmates. And he's like, man, fuck this guy. And just that by itself makes his head start bleeding profusely, and he hits the ground. And then he does a concert. Then the main character does a concert where he's like, kill the traitor. And he's like fucking rallying his fucking audience to like be fucking psychotic as shit. And then it all calms down, and then they're fine, and then they go home to London. But it's like, okay, so David, the Devil King, probably isn't that good a guy. Like, now I'm wondering, it painted him as a good guy until suddenly he was doing insane shit. So that's where we are. You're now up to speed on mirrors so far. Going better, had an all-day headache. Ugh, I'm so sorry. Sorry. How's it going, Soda? So that's where we are right now. The main character is David Astley, a combination of David from the band Japan and Rick Astley, I assume. He's the frontman for a band called Eleno Vision, and he's been plagued with visions and nightmares. He can control them now. He can actually control his visions now and like kind of go to different points in the past in his mind and like glean information from whatever's doing this.
In this quiet forest.
Basically, it's if Twilight Busters... It's basically as if you were Lord Iron Mask in Twilight Busters, except instead of being like a kooky Joker character, you're a guy in a band. That's really what it is. But first we gotta play Tokyo Twilight Busters. Play Tokyo Twilight Busters. We may as well just get started now. Let's get started a little early. Let's get started a little bit early. Oh my god. Hold up. I gotta time this properly. There it is.
You know what? You cheated.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Cybertrucker Alpha. Tonight we're playing more mirrors. We're also going to be playing some work time fun. Soda Pagoda redeemed work time fun. I know you guys are absolutely addicted to work time fun. But first we gotta talk about some stuff. We gotta talk about PC-88 games and how there is literally one other game and one demo disc. I don't know much about the demo disc other than it's like a party CD thing. Let me see if I can bring that up real fast. There were two games, right? There were two games for PC-88 that used a CD. They used the CD drive because it was like the last thing. And there was a demo disc called like the CD, the PC-88 CD, Takara, I think that's Treasure Box. Yeah, Treasure Chest. But we're not talking about McBear. I think that's his name. Is that his name, McBear? We're talking about Dios. We're gonna talk about Dios, guys. We're gonna talk about Dios. Dios was a recently found, this was lost media for a while. This was a recently found and dumped adventure game. Or actually, no, action role-playing game by Zanesoft that used PC-88 CD. Look at how Geiger-y it is. I love the fucking Geiger-esque art. It's not just a Geiger painting that they licensed like Necromancer. It's an actual like painting that they did. I think, unless that is Geiger and I don't know. It doesn't look like his style though. This seems a little rough for, it seems a little rough for Geiger. Mirrors staring back at me, yeah, this is a Justin Timberlake game. Dios looks so sick. It looks so sick. It was recently found. It was recently dumped. I may as well show you guys what it looks like. You know what? We're gonna do it. Let's see here. What is it? I think it's the boot disc in disc 1, the user disc in FD2, and okay, Dios Q. We'll see what it looks like. We'll see what it looks like, guys, because it looks really good. Remember, PC-88 was like, also came out in 1990. This was kind of the last gasp of the PC-88 before it moved up to the PC-98 with the really good graphics. And, man, it's like, look, I didn't even know the PC-88 could do this shit. Wait a minute. I think it's one of these. Is it just enter? Z, X, V? There it is. There it goes. We'll watch the intro. We'll watch the intro to Dios, because this is something I definitely want to play. Now, I'm wondering if this is going too fast, but then I wonder if it's not, because of what happens here.
この前あの星に派兵した1600人の話聞いたか知らんな全滅したんだろ変だと思わねえか
Full voice dialogue in a PC-88 game. Not even Mirrors has that.
なんかはっきりしてねえしよなんじゃお前ら怖がっとんちゃうか今回は生存者救出と
Yeah, this is kind of recent news because Dios was found. It was actually lost. It got dumped pretty recently, not too long ago.
サンプルの捕獲なんて俺は聞いてないぞ俺だけだろあの星にまだ生存者なんているのか
Let's see, how old is this blog post? 2025. It got dumped this year, I think.
あとの2人は
It's unusually, like I said, unusually good for PC-88. I can't get out of it. Oh, I'll bet it was. Okay, here we go. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Fucking Geiger dick shit. Look how cool they are. Look at how big. Look at how cool his hat is. Yeah, the Jaggy scroll is good. El Niso Gaio, thank you for the 32
Alicia
months.
has joined the convoy. What do green eggs and ham and 50 Shades of Grey have in common?
I don't know.
They both encourage people who can barely read to try new things.
That was good. That was good, Niso Gaio. Thank you for the 32 months. Oh, look at this plot. But enough of that. That's not what we're playing. We gotta play Work Time Fun. We gotta play Work Time Fun. We gotta play Work Time Fun. Let me let me get my mirror shit. There was an intro that sounded really cool too. I may look at that also. Let's see. What was it? Back of the box. I'm not reading this out loud. For those who think I'm that good at Japanese, I'm not gonna read this part out loud. I have it translated and on Notepad. Emergency situation on planet Dios. Mysterious creatures have suddenly begun to rampage. What could their objective be? 7 brave warriors rise to the challenge of defending planet Dios from destruction. The game progresses with 7 characters, 5 men, 1 woman, 1 child. Moving independently in parallel, you can advance with anyone. The game screen uses side view cross sections combined with added depth, achieving an 8-direction multi-layer scrolling system, PC-88 by the way, that allows movement in all directions. This is like if they ported fucking Doom to like the Wolfenstein, or not Doom, but like they ported Duke Nukem to the Wolfenstein 3D engine and made it work. With support for Soundboard 2, BGM and sampled effects expand the atmosphere even further. FM sound sources handle effects if Soundboard 2 isn't used. The year is 2231 AD. Mysterious life forms appear on planet Dios. What awaits the 7 warriors who confront the threat to humanity's survival? Will they be able to protect the planet from destruction? The names and bravery of the 7 warriors will be forever engraved in history. That's so good. That's so good. He still has a guy. Is it really one of his favorites? I just knew it was the other one because Zalathar mentioned it. I was wondering what it was. And Zalathar found that and CD Treasure Chest, which I kind of also want to play. I kind of also want to play CD Treasure Chest. Oh, it looks sick. I'm sure it's really good. That intro was sick as fuck. The intro was sick as fuck. We'll have to play it one of these days. We got to play it one of these days. And that's not a joke. I really want to play it. Because I have the emulator. I ran it on the emulator just now. I just ran the game on the emulator. I didn't go to YouTube to show that intro. But enough about that. We got Work Time Fun to play. Very important. Vitally important. Soda Pagoda redeemed it. I gotta play it. I just thought I'd mention that because it looked sick. It looked sick and it was recently found. I'm surprised Macaw didn't just immediately start playing it the day it got found. No, that's fine. They don't pay me shit. They don't pay Twitch. Do you see Twitch paying anybody for ads? I'd tell you how to disable ad blocker for streams, but
You know what?
that's against TOS.
Time fun.
So I'm not saying how. You gotta find out how. We got Run Like Heck. We got Run Like Heck, guys. We got Run Like Heck, guys. Okay, Soda Pagoda. So the rules are as follows. You get to pick how much money I spend, but I have to spend all the money I earn. I have to spend all the money I earn here. Do you want me to make $10, $20? No, do you want me to make $20 or $50? There, that's the thing. Okay. All right. We'll do the next one with full power. do the next one with full power. I'm not taking off my glasses while I'm in the middle of a chase. I ain't doing that. This is the game. This is the game that I play whenever it pops up because it's rare. It's a rare game. When I say it's a rare game, this game loves not putting this game on the list because it makes me so much money because I'm good at it, and it knows it. There we go, there we go. Because I have so much finesse with this shit. I have so much finesse that I have become an absolute grandmaster. I've become an absolute fucking grandmaster at Run Like Heck, which gives us $10 checks in a very short amount of time, which is unheard of. I'm going all out. Soda, I don't know if you're still here. If you're still here, let me know, because you're part of this. We're taking this journey together. If you're not, then I'm getting $50 and I'm going for the gold. That's the default. I'm going for the 50. We have to get a good, strong $50 game. But it's a gotcha thing, so we may not. It's the spooky ghost game that I want. Especially considering what the Terratober thing. Oh, shit. Oh, God! Yeah, I can, like, move him around. Oh, there he goes. It is Terratober. That's 3 wins so far. We only need 5 wins. We are brute forcing bigger, better games.
Not only are you a hot dog, a grandstander, a showboat, and a prima donna.
I mean, I keep this, whether I like it or not, open in the background no matter what. Because once I turn this on, this emulator on, most of the time it doesn't want to turn off until I turn off the PC. It's some kind of bug with it. Yeah. I think I'm good at the game now. I think I'm good at Run Like Heck now. Oh, I do, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I want to hit the X and it go away. I know how to kill the process. I just B-kill, or I just P-kill and hit the identity. Or go to B-top and kill the process, but... Usually it'll turn off on its own after about 3 hours, 4 hours. Exactly. Get fucked. Alright, we got the 50. We got the 50. We're going to the vending machine first. We're going for the gold. Come on, baby. We got a shogi board. We got a shogi board. It's gonna give us something eventually, guys.
Right between the eyes.
It's gonna give us something eventually. A shogi board! It's made from extremely high-quality Japanese nutmeg, and it costs around $10,000. That's actually really cool, and I'm glad I have it. Ah! Buy a yacht. This is a yacht built of bamboo grass leaves. Thank you for your purchase. That'll be $20. Buy 67 cents. Yeah. Alright, that was work time fun. That was wartime fun. Let's save it. It wasn't a very good yacht. Yeah, see, it just won't. Oh, no, it did. It actually closed. It actually closed. I'm amazed. We're playing mirrors. We have to play mirrors. We have to play mirrors, guys. We have to. We're back. We're back in London. We might be more evil than the game is led on. We don't know the full story of the Demon King and the King of the North. Let's find out. Let's learn. Let's learn. We gotta let it load. Gotta let it load. Hopefully I have the right discs in. I probably do. Let's listen. Let's see if we can turn on the clicks. Is it clicking? It's not clicking. Uh-oh. Let's go ahead and reset. Let's give it a reset. Let's give it a reset. Because I thought I heard it make noise. Let's really, like, double check this. Alright. Disc 1 main. Disc 2 game. CCD. Reset. Okay. Yeah, we keep talking about dark magic. Okay, here we go. It did crash. It did crash. Saved. I knew it crashed. That's why the FDD noise is around. I turned it off. The plane arrived at the Heathrow Airport in London. Once they were done with the customs, David and his friends witnessed something they would have never thought possible before they first left for their tour. Inside their waiting room, there were countless TV cameras and journalists ready to interview them. Once they finally stepped out of the waiting room, a deafening cheer broke out. Their path was filled with young people holding Eleno-Vision banners and magazines with the band on the cover. The band barely had the space to even wave at their fans. Before long, they were surrounded by the police who escorted them to their car. Oh no! Sweet Pea's mad. You're right, Dana. I feel like the optics of Devil King probably isn't the best optics. Kind of a PR disaster, if anything. A police car opened the way as they headed towards the Hilton Hotel. However, rather than relaxing in the lobby, Susanna led them inside the elevator and then to their room. What's interesting to me is that Susanna is also the name of the ancient advisor of the Devil King. Susanna spoke. I was told about it, but I definitely underestimated your popularity. It's like a dream come true. This is our bandmate Martin, who is definitely not based on Martin Gore from Depeche Mode. Definitely not. Let me see if I can find this. Definitely has absolutely no resemblance to Martin Gore. Definitely pure coincidence. All characters in this are fictional. It's a pure coincidence. Yeah, it's definitely not subtle at all. I mean, she even has the same portrait. She really does. It's like a dream come true. I think of it as the price of fame. David spoke. Here's David Astley, who's definitely not the guy from a band I'd never heard of called Japan. I'm not really into new wave shit. But, I mean, they weren't particularly subtle about their inspirations. They weren't particularly subtle, guys. This guy wanted to be David Bowie so bad, it's so funny. I'd like to go to Marquee, but I don't want to bother the owner. He wanted to be David Bowie so bad. They only share it when they're getting along. She has to be evil. She has to be evil. There's no way. If she's not evil, that would be a really impressive twist. The twist is if she's actually evil. The Marquee Club was the music venue where Elenovision made their debut. While it didn't have any seats, it had a bar and could house around 400 guests. The band would still go there to relax from time to time. Yes, El Niso Gallo, it's actually Meg Ryan. Japan kind of had an obsession with Meg Ryan, too, for a while. Remember Final Fantasy X? Same here. Should be fine if we sneak there, though. I say we all go together at closing hours. I don't know who this guy is. I think somebody from chat. These are all, like, just from chat. I thought I saw a picture of somebody who looked kind of like this guy. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's right. It's this guy. It's John Carmack. Same here. It should be fine if we sneak there, though. I say we all go together at closing hours. I was gonna be the first to report back to you when I got home, but if we sneak there won't be a ruckus. Let's all go together just before closing time. Yeah, so they're so famous now they can't even get around in London. They weren't famous before they went on this tour, and now the tour was a massive success and they're the fucking Beatles now. Yeah, we might be the bad guy all along. I think we're Iron Mask. Andrew should be easy to figure out. Looks like Gordon Ramsay's ass. You've been spending a lot of time looking at Gordon Ramsay's ass? I didn't even know he had one. Andrew spoke. Susanna spoke. I won't be joining you guys. Before you go, keep this in mind. You're not the same people you were before the tour. Be careful out there. Right then, someone knocked on the door. It was Richard, the president of the record label. Good work, boys. Elenovision CDs are selling faster than we can print them. And we have a pile of requests for your appearances. I don't remember what sleep is anymore. Andrew spoke. You can deal with the CD situation however you like. You can CDs nuts, but don't go crazy with those requests. You promised us a 2-week vacation after the tour. I know, you'll have your vacation, but be prepared for schedule hell once you're back. Send my paycheck to the bank up front, boss. No point in the vacation without money to spend. See, Alan's being smart here. Way ahead of you. It's not all of it, but you could muck about for an entire year with it. I'm just waiting for the next nightmare. The nightmares are where this game really picks up. It does this thing. This game does this thing where it contrasts like very basic, normal, everyday shit.
Convoy. Boo. Haunted house.
Thank you, Fish Cult, for the 14 months. And then it gets into like the surreal, insane, like horror wizard shit. And it like really juggles these two basic ideas. Like right now it's just band stuff. They're just talking about work. But here in a second, at any time, it just could get weird as fuck. Two weeks. Andrew should be easy to figure out. Who is he? Doppelganger? Remember, I'm a fucking 70s prog rock and video game music guy. I'm leaving all my bandmates in the lurch. Google can't pin down who Andrew looks like. Not even Google? A year worth of money, but we only got a couple of weeks off. Welcome to life. Of course, Susanna's getting a bonus check, too. Oh, look at the time. Let's go, Susanna. We have a meeting. Richard and Susanna leave the room. So now it's just the band, just the core band. Oh, yeah, also, on top of this, there are these detectives from Interpol who have been following the band this entire time because of the spat of deaths and mysterious tragedies that have been following the band. Because every time the main character, David, has a horrible nightmare, something similar to that nightmare happens in real life. For example, at one point he saw a priest in France get beheaded by a guillotine in the past. And then in real life, there was a dead headless priest around that area. In real life, like shit like that's been happening. This whole thing really started when their first manager Claire died. Their first manager Claire died, and then Susanna became their new manager. And Susanna is very fishy. She's very suspicious, and she obviously knows way more than she's letting on. She's also been giving David these special pills that make him way more energetic and turn his music into these hypnotic, like, fucking magic wizard trance shows where people just do whatever the emotion. They basically maintain it, like, have an extreme version of whatever emotion he's conveying. So when he's like real hyper and shit, they start scratching their fucking skin off their faces. And when he like plays a slow song, everybody just starts making out and shit. Like in real life, basically, only more extreme. It's like way more extreme. You did a Gentle Giant? I kind of like Gentle Giant. I'm pretty good with Gentle Giant. Like, I'm not into all of Gentle Giant stuff. They're way more experimental than I'm kind of used to. But I do like them. Yeah, we're totally Iron Mask. I think so too. I think we're Iron Mask. But the cool thing is he doesn't really know it. Meanwhile, back at their detective agency, Clark was using a typewriter while conversing with Vince. You have to hand in that report tomorrow, right? We're finally back in London. You're already pulling it all out. Anyway, these cops are investigating them because Clark here, the guy with the mustache, has a weird suspicion that Eleno-Vision is connected somehow. Vince is just a fan. He's just a fan. Vince is he's the he knows like 8 languages. I think his mom's Japanese and his dad's British, and he's like this mega genius, but he's also a big fan of Eleno-Vision. And Clark does not like Eleno. He doesn't like their music. He thinks their music is shit. A few doses of heroin, those 2 weeks will fly by in a couple hours. You have to hand in that report tomorrow, right? We're finally back in London and you're already pulling an all-nighter. Okay, Clark spoke. Yep. Got a call as soon as I stepped inside. I need everything you found out in Europe, and it has to be ready by tomorrow at noon. Andy Fletcher. Andy Fletcher. Well, it sure as shit isn't David Byrne. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I could see that. That could be Andy Fletcher. I could definitely see Andrew being Andy Fletcher. His name is Andrew Fletcher. It is Andy Fletcher. It has to be. Like, everybody kind of has the first names of whatever band member they're based on. So yeah, I could see it. Oh, especially right here. Isn't he a drummer too in the game? I forget if he's the drummer. But yeah, no, that's definitely Andy Fletcher. Also from Depeche Mode, yep. Was he also from... Yeah, he was from Depeche Mode. Yeah, that's Andy Fletcher. Okay, that's who Andrew is. We found out who Andrew is. But after that, the job's done, right? I sure hope the pay's good. Still, who the hell is Susanna really? After all that work, we only have this slipshod report. See, Clark's very suspicious of Susanna, especially because she waltzed in right after Claire died, and then shit got weird. Come to think of it, Eleno-Vision's last concert was something else. First time I go to a concert where the singer starts yelling "kill" like that. Like I said, speaking of kill, I called a friend in Germany once we came back here. That magician Krost died! Krost was the descendant of the guy who got his fucking head cursed. Apparently Krost died from his injuries. So David accidentally killed him. He started bleeding from his forehead again. Sus, Santa. So Krost is dead. That's the only casualty so far of a character with spoken lines. Well, his death couldn't be related to Susanna, could it? Are you gonna put that in the report too? The client wants me to report anything that catches my attention, even if it doesn't strictly involve Susanna. The detectives continued work over a cup of tea. Coffee-infused tea. Around 10 p.m., David and his friends headed for the Marquee Club. David spoke. here's an actual picture of David. This is just his profile picture. Here's David. The guy in the middle with the glass. We wanted you to be the first to hear about our success. We owe you a lot. We probably wouldn't be here if it were not... where we are if not for you. Will, thank you for the 20 months.
Will Ozrock has joined the convoy.
You had to pick up his first name only? Yeah. Yeah, Derp, I get you. No, good job. Good job. I was wondering about Andrew because he actually looked kind of familiar. I'm glad to hear that. How about we move to the counter? It's still small and cramped as usual, but we can push some customers away. Okay, so they're back at the bar. They're back at the bar. They're celebrating. It's still fucking full. There's the owner. There's the owner of the bar. He looks like a librarian. This guy looks like he studies ancient Greek texts. The owner had to ask some customers to move away and lined up some chairs for the dressing room at the counter. Boys, serve us some scotch. No, not that one, our finest scotch. It's my treat, friends. Bottoms up. It's Alfred from, it could be. It could be like the original Alfred from, like, the fucking serials. Oof! I'm so sorry, Will. I got rid of my last wisdom tooth not too long ago. Not fun, but it's gone. Looking up owner will be a far greater challenge. We found Salieri from Amadeus. Salieri in his old makeup, if anybody's ever seen Amadeus. Salieri was the main character and also the main antagonist. Hey, we got a hype train out of fucking nowhere. Who did what? I think it was Will. Thank you for the 20 months, Will. You kicked off the hype train. I don't think there's a time limit on hype trains anymore. Because I resubscribed to Macaw. And then 30 minutes later, 2 people subscribed, and it kicked off a hype train. And I was like, only 2 people? And then I ended up getting one of the emotes for the hype train, meaning I kicked off the hype train like 30 minutes before without meaning to, and it still gave it to me. So I'm thinking they just got rid of the time limit for, that's why you're getting those like out of nowhere hype trains like this. Just out of nowhere hype trains. Also, here's the music. Here's the, there we go. There we go. We'll play that during the hype train music. Thank you, Fish Cult, for the gift sub to Azriel503.
Conscripted Azriel503 to the convoy. Fish Cult _ gifted a tier 1 sub to Azriel503.
Yeah, in Instack, I've actually heard of a friend of mine actually also had to deal with that because the root of the wisdom tooth kind of hooked in. I got lucky with mine. Mine were like had little nubs for roots. Wisdom tooth's teeth either have like little nubs for roots or they have these weird fucking like tentacle hooks that just I got lucky. Oh my god, Fish Cult with the
Fish
5
Cult
subs.
_ just conscripted 5 gigachots to the convoy.
Enjoy your subs, Rum Avenger, Lieutenant Dan Ice Cream, Thanatos 2K1, Spiffzors, and Dystophian. Oh god. Just knock me the fuck out. Punch me in the face. And knock me the fuck out before you start pulling out the torture tools. It's been a while since we've been here. Jimmy's performing tonight, huh? Guess he's your main performer now. Yeah, because he still needs a band, doesn't he? Alan spoke. I remember when we used to be the main performers here. The pay was so low, we'd spend most of it on the ride back home. Hey, amateurs should be grateful to even get a chance to play. Small as it is, getting a pay makes you feel like a professional. Honestly, I'm a beacon of hope for all you whippersnappers, you cheap old bastard. Before long, the customers around the counter were staring at David. Jimmy, on stage, knew that Eleno Vision was in the club. And that made him anxious. Once his performance was over, he took the microphone. Jimmy, oh no, Jimmy. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some special guests. Eleno Vision is here. Did him in one sitting. You can't have your usual cheeky smoke. Have to survive on a diet of soup and ice cream. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. Once it all heals, God. See, that's why I just pulled them one at a time. Whenever one of them got a cavity, I'd pull it then. I'd just leave them until then. I figured, don't need to trim it. What ain't... No reason to cut out what ain't dead. Oh, man. You hate ice cream? Switch to sherbet, I guess. I don't know, Will. Yeah, just try to avoid dry socket. Great how the dentist feels to you. Tells you not to put any sharp metal objects in your mouth. The first thing they do is put sharp metal objects in your mouth, I know. Yeah, like they're the professionals. The customers started murmuring, looking around for David in the band. How about you sing for us, David? Might be the last time Eleno Vision performs here. Please, they all want to hear you sing. The guests started clapping, clamoring for Eleno Vision to get on the stage. They're playing Smash TV soundtrack. You know what? We're gonna put the hype train music on hold. Jimmy, for Pete's sake, I'm sorry you came to this. Could I ask you to sing just one song, please, the crowd? Well, you heard him. Are you up for it? I say we owe him this much. Let's do it, David. It'll be like that time in Italy. Do we want it to be like that time in Italy? Pretty tired. I hope I have the energy for it. Never thought our first live London would be at Marquee. Yeah, same here. How's it going, RE Axis? Welcome in. We're lucky David's tired. At his best, he'd bring down the whole building. The band went up on the stage. The clapping turned to cheers. That night, the lights of the Marquee Club stayed lit until morning. Okay, so they just did some light performance and then got out. It wasn't even notable enough for us to show the band on stage. I'm surprised there wasn't any voice stuff. I guess they wanted to save it all for the music. There's like little bits of voice stuff. Davido. Oh, it could be because they wanted it to be an English language like atmosphere and they didn't have anybody who could speak English, maybe. After fooling around the entire night at the Marquee Club, the band did not show up for their meeting the next day due to their hangover. David, are you still sleeping? David's voice could be heard faintly from inside his room.
Yippity!
Would be a good thing, Will. They couldn't show the entire band on stage with the 1980 Photoshop. They've done it before, Derp. They did it, but there was a whole cutscene. There was a whole, like, auto-scrolling cutscene that had no vocals where they were singing the music. I got a new high. What did you guys get me? We got level 3? I got I'm Spy. That's actually not a bad one. I kind of like that one. That's pretty great. Finally, he opened the door. Thank you for the 7 subs, guys. Oh my gosh, you reek of alcohol. Are you hungover? Yeah, I haven't been. No, I fell on a truck. I crashed into an alcohol truck. I was drunk at the time. Yeah, I haven't been. Ah, fuck. I haven't been here in London in a long time, so I guess I overdid it a little. My head hurts, and let's not talk about my stomach. Susanna's picture's a different style in the photos than they use for the band. Yeah. Yeah, I think she's more of an original creation. Or she could just be some photo that they just drew over. Like, even this guy looks different from the frontman for Japan. He doesn't have the same face. And, like, his nose is a little wider. So they definitely do some, like, touching up to keep it legally distinct. Nobody came to the meeting, so I'm guessing they're also hungover. Susanna entered the room and opened the window to change the air. President wants to invite us all to dinner. Do you think you'll be able to go in your condition? I'll be fine. As you can imagine, I skipped dinner and I'm not having lunch. I should have an appetite by the evening. Remember that you have a concert in Wembley Arena tomorrow, so don't go out after dinner. Wembley? Don't worry, I'm not looking forward to another hangover. I'll go straight to the back to the hotel after dinner. Alright, I'm gonna have a shower now. If this weren't a hotel, I'd ask you to stay for coffee. If this weren't a hotel, what's wrong with the hotels in England? You're both adults! How about we take a trip to the countryside after the concert? Just the two of us. I know a nice place. She's his girlfriend. Susanna's not just his manager, she's also his girlfriend now. Just you and me. I think this might be my best vacation ever. Forgetting his hangover, David kissed Susanna goodbye and entered the bathroom. I think so, Derp. I think so, Derpelganger. She might just be an original art piece. Huh. That's good to know. That's good to know, Tech. I never knew that. The sun went down and the neon lights of London's business district turned on. Richard invited David and his friends to have dinner at a Chinese restaurant called Mr. Chow. Again, my name is Mr. Chow. Among the lavish furniture of the store, Clark and Vince were also eating. I've been in London for a long time, but this is the first time I come here. Nice of our client to pay in advance. Yeah, I guess the client's funding this. We don't know who their client is either. The report must have been real good because our contract's been extended. I'm sure you're happy about it, Chief. You were definitely grinning a lot when you read the check. When you read the check. So they're getting paid really good. Anyway, I brought the wiretap. I don't think we can place it anywhere in this fancy restaurant. I'm not going to talk about anything important anyway. Their president just invited them for dinner. By the way, Chief, who's the client anyway? Who is the client anyway? At this point, I'd rather know more about them than about Susanna. See, Vince with the instincts here. I'll be honest, I have no idea. Contract says that if we were to look into it, we'd have to pay him back double for the investigation fee. I work for money, you know. I work for money. I don't give a shit who he is. As long as he pays. That's not suspicious as fuck. Client mentioned they wanted to know more about this Devil King business. Think they were serious? I thought they wanted us to look into the fortune teller, but they said they wanted to know more about the relationship between Susanna and this Devil King. Could be some kind of alias. There's no way we can find someone just by their nickname. I guess we'll have to stick to Susanna as usual. Clark occasionally glanced at David's table while Vince emptied plate after plate, enjoying the fine cuisine. As they were told not to go out during the night, after finishing their meal, the members of Elenovision returned to their hotel. Too tired from their previous night's escapade and a stomach full of Chinese delicacies, they quickly retreated to their rooms. David turned off the lights and went to bed. He was feeling somewhat queasy and couldn't fall asleep. The faint light coming from the window made the white ceiling stand out. David held his hand towards the ceiling and stared at the silhouette. Here he is inducing a vision. He can induce visions by doing this. Then he noticed the aura wavering around his hand. The aura persisted even after he lowered his hand. It trembled and swayed, turning into a white dot, and then the vision started. King Hroth, that's his name. King Hroth is the Devil King. King Hroth, who looked like David, was roaming a wasteland with a large number of people. Everyone, including the king, was weary and dirty. My liege, we can't rely on the other countries. No one would welcome us out of fear and retribution from the King of the North. King Hroth spoke. The other kings were supposed to be our allies, and yet they point their spears at our starving people, drive us away. How could this be? They were allies only when it was convenient for them. We must leave their domain, find a new land to call our own. I like that he still has, like, the fucking frosted tips. It's like thousands of years ago, but he still got the frosted tips. It is less shiny. Oh, her hair is less shiny in the vision portrait? Even if such a land existed, it would be impossible for me to lead our people there. I've always followed God's command. I even used the forbidden arts to help everyone. But he cast me off to hell, alongside my subjects. He chose the King of the North, forsaking us. He left me no choice. I must become the Devil King and use the forbidden arts to fight God. Oh, well, that probably explains everything. Susanna, I will become the Devil King and fight God as long as my blood persists. I will, yeah, double down. That always works. I will resurrect as the Devil King and sever the blood of the northern tribes. I thus swear upon the Star of Darkness, no matter how many centuries, how many millennia it takes, when the Star of Darkness shines once more, the Devil's King shall rise from the blood and exact his vengeance upon the northern tribes. Susanna, be the eternal recipient of my blood. Okay, so then he turned evil. Alright, now it all makes sense. He felt so betrayed because the King in the North was way better at tactics. Yeah, K-pop probably took a lot from 80s new wave bands, thinking about it. King Hroth swore revenge upon the Star of Darkness. That's a cool picture. Lord Hroth, your grudge will ever flow within my veins. As long as this planet exists, your bloodline will never be extinguished.
I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
That's the plot of an unusual amount of, that's basically the ultimate generic RPG plot. Like, that is the cookie cutter RPG plot that, like, every RPG did for, like, years. That was when David's lost focus. That was when David lost focus and the vision vanished. David was so enthralled by this vision of Hroth that he had almost forgotten to breathe. He gripped his chest, gasping for air. It looks like he's got a wife in every lifetime, yeah. In a hurry. And it's always Susanna, I guess. In a hurry, he took out the medicine Susanna gave him, swallowing the pills without even a drop of water. All of his exhaustion flooded back at once. Everybody's got a favorite Final Fantasy. It doesn't bother me. I don't fight with people over what's the best Final Fantasy. For me, it's probably 4. For me, it's probably 4. 4 is probably my favorite. I just love that whole fucking redemption story. All of his exhaustion flooded back at once. He felt himself fall into the darkness, unsure as to whether he was falling asleep or dying. Yeah, but his kids are also him? I don't know how it works. It's gotta be like a descendant thing, like distant enough descendant. For it to be less weird, I guess. When he woke up the next day, David was feeling great, as if he had never been tired the previous night. Hey, Kratos. You play, like, literally thousands of hours of Pokemon. Final Fantasy would fucking blow your mind. It would absolutely blow your mind, but play the earlier ones first. David was feeling great as if he had never been tired the previous night. Alan and Martin were working on the new song at their label studio while Andrew was out with a friend. Yeah, it's a Japanese game, but it's a Japanese game, but it's a Japanese game about European culture and especially like London stuff. Susanna came by to visit David. Now that we're back in London, for the people from the office are helping me out, so things are way easier. David spoke. I had another dream last night. King Hroth was roaming a wasteland with his people after being chased away from a neighboring country. It must have been the fault of the King of the North. This is something that happens even now, where a stronger country will oppress a weaker one. King Hroth claimed that God had abandoned him in favor of the King of the North, so he made an oath upon the Star of Darkness that he would become the Devil King for real and sever the blood of the northern tribes. That is what happened. The Nados! The Nados 23, welcome in. Oh, you beat Little Nightmares, I'm assuming? Thank you for shouting out the Nados. How you been? How was it? I know, Doppelganger, it happens so often. Ugh. What's this Star of Darkness? Like she doesn't know. I have no idea. In my vision, King Hroth asked Susanna to inherit his blood so that one day he'd get revenge upon the King of the North, no matter how many years it would take. Beat Little Nightmares too. Man, what do you think of that new, man, what was it called? The animal game? It's basically just Little Nightmares 3, the real one, by the same team. What was it called? Not Zoochosis. Reanimal. Reanimal looks fucking incredible. Beats and shapes, hence Little Nightmare. Oh, okay. Yeah, but and he also beat Little Nightmares too, I guess, right? Reanimal looks sick. I know that there's supposed to be a Little Nightmares 3, but I think it's by the guys who made fucking Until Dawn. And then Reanimal comes out and it's literally the third Little Nightmares game. Like, it is literally the same game, just with a different name. Because I don't know, I guess they didn't have the rights or something, some legal nonsense. So we're getting 2 Little Nightmares 3, and one of them is, and the more like it is the one with the different name. David spoke. I have no idea. My vision, King Hroth asked Susanna to inherit his blood so that one day he'd get revenge upon the King of the North, no matter how many years it would take. So this version of Susanna would carry on the legacy of King Hroth, who looks just like you. I'm sure she must have loved him. That's where my vision stopped. You know how I've been having nightmares. I feel like these visions have solved their mystery. If what I've seen are real events from the past, then I may have inherited the blood of King Hroth. Hey, Midnight, how's it going? Big shout out to Midnight. The lasagna was fucking awesome, by the way. Midnight, like, fucking went all out. She just threw all this shit together and made, like, restaurant tier lasagna. It was delicious. But you're no Devil King. And there's no King of the North in our world. Even if King Hroth was one of your ancestors, it would be from countless generations ago. His power must be gone. Susanna, you liar, you know better. Maybe you're right. I don't have powers that would make me a Devil King. Best I can do is have fancy dreams. I think so. I think Bandai Namco kept the rights. But that would just make sense. But yeah, I'm glad they're still making games and they're still doing stuff. Reanimal's a cool title too, frankly. And two, now they have a whole new universe that they can like run around in and do whatever they want in. Yeah, don't worry about it anymore, or it might affect tonight's concert. Speaking of which, it's getting late. I have to go. I'll see you at the venue. After Susanna left, David tried to recall his nightmare, but he could only remember some vague fragments. As he was starting to develop a headache, he decided to stop thinking about it. David entered the lobby and had a cup of coffee to pass the time. Okay, so the Devil King became evil, and he has that evil in him. That's what was getting him to chant his audience to start chanting "kill" over and over. Eleno Vision was going to perform at the Royal Albert Hall. The seats were already sold out for 2 days. Though there were no tickets for sale that day, there were a lot of fans gathered at the square. When the concert started, nobody left the square listening to Eleno Vision tapes with their earphones. They may have been able to get a seat, but they still wanted to stay close to the stage and feel the heat of the band. The heat of the band. Even without hearing the actual performance, they were all sharing the same purpose, silently receiving their energy. That sounds sad. Sounds like cope to me. However, it was nothing like the tremendous excitement currently happening inside the concert hall. Have a good lurk, Thanatos. GG on Little Nightmares. On top of the stage, David was singing with his usual energy. The crowd was shouting so loudly that the walls themselves were shaking. It's as if the building itself could explode at any moment. That would be fucking insane if a fucking band was like crazy enough to like find a way to safely make their venue explode outward. Just rain destruction around like, you know, the surrounding area. You know, it's fine though. They weren't in the concert, so they shouldn't be safe. How's it going, Bug? Welcome in. Big shout out to Bug too. Kimchi lasagna? That sounds like it could be pretty good. I love lasagna. David's energy. Hey, nice badge too. Man, I've been really liking Silksong, guys. I'm in the Citadel now. I'm really enjoying it. David's energy excited the audience, and the audience's excitement increased David's energy. They had already far surpassed most limits, and yet no accidents occurred. A great white scenario. Fuck. The critics would comment on the concert as such. Eleno Vision fills their audience with both excitement and reason. The critics would comment on the concert as such. Eleno Vision fills their audience with both excitement and reason, putting them in a state that could only be called orderly euphoria. That's not creepy. It is no longer simply music, but something more. It is a religion. Oh no. Oh no! He's building an army! He's building an army with his music! Next to Susanna, President Richard started trembling with fear when he saw the frenzied crowd, but he was glad to see that his band was able to keep the situation under control. Yeah, he's their own personal Jesus, you're right. Hollow Knight's also really good. If anything, I'd say that Hollow Knight's probably... It could be from practice playing Hollow Knight back in the day, but like people say Silksong's like insanely hard, but I've never spent more than 20 minutes on any one boss, including that one fucking circus asshole with like a bajillion fucking hit points. Asshole. I didn't like that fight. When the concert was over, Richard welcomed David and the others with a sense of relief. They did a nerf for the early game, but it was only for 2 bosses, and I beat one and accidentally skipped the other, because you can do that. You could do that even from the start. If you get like enough fleas for the flea circus to travel to, I think it's called Greymore, and they ask you to join them, then you travel over there and it skips that boss, because that boss is normally gatekeeping that area. I guess so. If you, yeah. Yeah, I guess if Silk Song's your first game, it's gonna be fucking brutal. and also they did do a nerf for the early game. But I already beat that boss, and the boss they nerfed wasn't that hard. She wasn't that hard. I don't know about the big giant moth, because like I said, I skipped it, but the fucking one that with the Ozzy Osbourne glasses, like that one was so, I wouldn't call it easy, but it wasn't that difficult. I didn't think it required a nerf. Oh, yeah, Bug. Yeah, I guess a lot of people might have done that. The explorers just skipped the fight completely. Oh, yeah, I get you. Many hours of traipsing through Greymoor since you skipped it. Suddenly it showed up in a room you'd been in a million times. Really? Really? It may show up then. It may just show up. Well, fuck, I'm fighting a nerfed version of it then. Good. Yeah, they might be. They might be. Yeah, here's your easy bosses, nerds. The rest of them were not touch and deal with it. Get good. When the concert was over, Richard welcomed David and the others with a sense of relief. So now they're getting so good at working the crowd that they're turning it into like a religious experience. As they returned to their dressing room, Richard couldn't help but praise them enthusiastically. Yeah, the last judge was pretty tough until I found out, oh, just keep your distance. You gotta keep your distance with last judge. That's the big secret. Once you do that, like they all have something. They all have something. As long as you do something a certain way, they're all not too bad. I wish I didn't suck completely at it. You'll get better. You'll improve over time. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. And it's worth improving over time because it's so good. Oh, yeah, see, that's what I heard. Yeah, that quest with the Scarecrow, he's to the west of that. And if the Flea Circus is there, then he's not there. I guess he's somewhere else. Yeah, the game is $20. Yeah, in fact, everybody's gonna start pricing in Silk Songs. Like, this shitty AAA game is 3 of them. I guess, I don't know. It's fucking $20 for a fucking gigantic indie game that people have been waiting on for 7 years. It's insane. I never thought we'd see it, but here we are. And it's a team of 3, so they all made profit. They could justify $20 because it was a team of literally 3 people. 3 people made that game. So 20 was a great price for that, and it made them more money. Like, they got more money than, say, a fucking 400, 700 plus, like, army of developers charging $70 plus 30 plus another 30 for DLCs and cosmetic shit. You bet it was Angry Sugars. It was definitely a statement. But again, small team meant they didn't have to charge so much. Yeah. And they also had the Forever Hollow Knight money. Yeah, to see them putting another 20 on that, like, yeah, they were already making plenty of money. In fact, Hollow Knight right now is like right on the bestsellers list with Silk Song, so people are bundling up with them. They're buying them in a bundle. It's not even an official bundle. Or maybe it is. You've been away for only a short period, but you've improved so much, David. Same goes for the rest of you. You were amazing. Seriously, what happened? I'd say it's all thanks to our fans overseas. They were so enthusiastic about us, we had to improve to match their expectations. We had to become one with the audience. I've seen the way they get agitated, but somehow, you're able to use music to keep them under control. In all my years in this business, I've never seen anything like it. Come to think of it, there sure is a lot of people outside the venue. You sure we got enough security? I'm doubling security for your next concert, don't worry. We'll drive them away so they won't bother you. No, don't have them driven away. I feel like that's gonna make the situation worse. Gonna make the situation worse. Nothing happened tonight, so let's just ignore them. Oh, I'm sure they had contributors and stuff, but like the core team was like 30 guys. And I imagine the pool of people wasn't really that huge either compared to something like, I don't know, Concord. Didn't Concord have like a 100-minute credit sequence? 100-minute credit sequence for Concord. I seriously doubt the credit sequence in Silksong is 100 minutes. I think we should have our next concert at the same place for an entire week so that everyone can listen to it. Plus, that'll make more money for you. That was actually my plan, but I couldn't make the reservation this time. At that moment, Susanna came in. I respected it, yeah, not using UE5 was definitely a huge boost. Rather than focusing on making money, we should consider making a world tour. Anyway, it's time to leave. There's a car waiting in the back. Like this game, Mirrors is an Unreal 5 game. Leaving from the back of the venue, the band took a car and returned to their hotel. After celebrating with a round of beers, they went back to their rooms to recover from the concert. Not a huge track list in this game, but all the tracks are good. Oh boy. Shy, alright, that sounds like Chronicles of the Wolf looks fucking sick. Another $20 Metroidvania. That's God tier and is not making the money it deserves. I think it's a one-man project with with some, contributors. Chronicles of the Wolf looks sick as fuck. I've got that too. I need to play that. I may play that on stream one day. The next day, David and the others were inside their label studio, putting the final touches on their new song. The newspapers reported that they would introduce their song at their latest concert the following day, so they were all practicing in earnest. Susanna left the hotel to make preparations for the closing party. However, she was currently strolling like a tourist by the Thames, under the watchful eye of the Tower of London. Now we're doing the London tour stuff. Now we're doing the London locations, as well as those of Clark and Vince, who were walking a short distance away. I think Susanna's waiting for someone. No shit. Why else would she come all the way here? Maybe. Or even like just during just later this year. Sometimes I'll play horror games outside of Terratober. I've done it before. Whoever they are, they're not here yet. I feel like that's a big one for Terratober. I kind of like slightly shorter games for Terratober because I have so little time. A big Metroidvania that's like 12, 13 hours, I may just play that, after Terratober at some point. Maybe sometime within the year. Did the other party get the time wrong? It's been almost an hour. Right then, Clark's pager rang. I gotta find a phone. This client just sent me some weird stuff. Sometimes I feel like I'm a dog on their leash. I'll go make this call. Just stay here and keep an eye on her. If anything happens, call me on the walkie-talkie. Clark left, running towards the sightseeing ship terminal. After a while, he returned. Well, there's Susanna's mysterious date. Oh, he's vanished. What did the client tell... Hold on. Susanna's walking to the taxi cab stand. I'll get the car. She's gone. Oh my gosh, she just fucking popped out of existence. Thought it crashed for a second. Maybe a good idea to save. As Vince came back with the car and Clark jumped in, Susanna's cab started moving. Parking our car in the taxi parking lot was the right call. Sure. Looks like the cab's going back to the hotel. Did she really just go out for a walk? Well, not a fucking graphics crash. The cab stopped in front of the hotel. Susanna got off and went directly inside. There she goes. Stakeout ends here today. Let's go back to the office. Oh, I need to save. I keep forgetting. These little choices aren't here just for decoration. They also are your way to save. They're the only time you can hit the save menu. This is about the phone call, right? What did they tell you? Oh god, I hope I hit 1. I might have hit 4 by mistake. They want me to look into that ring David's wearing. I'm gonna look through all the photos we took of him in Europe. Maybe we can figure something out. I can only save during choices. But then what it does is it reverts back to a certain checkpoint a little earlier on. So David's part of the big Susanna mystery. That's what we're gonna find out. Clark and Vince quickly returned to their detective agency. We've never seen the inside of the detective agency. Oh, and here we are! Back at the office, they gathered every picture of David they took, examining the ring through the magnifying glass. The client must have noticed the ring during the broadcast of last night's concert on TV. I wish they told us what they knew about it, though. Got one of the best weapons early on in the big castle, but you can't use it when you get it because it's got a death curse on it. But you can get something much later to cleanse the curse. That's really sick. I like that. The ring's a mystery. The Devil King's a mystery. Whatever they want to know about Susanna's a mystery. I feel like we're getting involved in something nasty. That's how the Moonlight Greatsword was in Kingsfield. Like, it started off, you'd have it, and it was like a big rock sword, but it was really heavy. So you could barely swing it. But then later on, near the end, when you presented it to the dragon, the fucking green dragon of legend, then it would knock all the rock off of the sword, and then you'd have this super light sword. It was like the lightest sword in the game. And obviously it was the best sword in the game. The ring's a mystery. The Devil King's a mystery. Whatever they want to know about Susanna's a mystery. I feel like we're getting involved in something nasty. I've been mainly taking photos of David's face. I'm not sure we have any close-ups of his hand. I think I got it. The ring he wore during the concert in Germany is not the same he was wearing in France and Italy. Hey, you're right. This one's got a coat of arms on it. The one he was wearing before had an angular design. The photos from last night's concert haven't been developed yet. And get to it. Have him enlarge the photos and show the ring. Give him a nice tip to make him hurry. Yeah, Brotherhood of the Wolf. Chronicles of the Wolf. It is pretty sick. Vince took out the film of the camera and left the room. I'll show you guys the trailer for it here in a bit. Clark took a copy of the report he sent the client and read it again, taking notes as he went. If you're a Castlevania fan, you'll love it. Then he put a tape in his recorder and started listening intently. After a while, Clark was brewing tea, smiling as he hummed David's song. Yeah, Vince is a big fan of Aledo Vision. He's a big fan. 2 hours later, Vince came back. Good work. I made tea. Why don't you have a cup? You made tea, Chief? That's a new one. I noticed you're smiling. You figure something out? The mystery of the ring's definitely related to David. Remember that conversation between Susanna and Gockle we intercepted in Hamlin? Yeah, it was that time I had to eat fish. I hate fish. I'd never forget that. He hates fish. That time, Gockle gave Susanna something. While we couldn't see it, I was convinced. I'm convinced it's the ring David's wearing now. They were also talking about the Devil King, the blood of the betrayer. I've listened to the tape again, and my gut tells me the Devil King they talked about is David himself. Of course, they never say that outright, but I think I'm onto something. Well, I definitely never heard of anyone refer to David with that kind of nickname, but let's say you're right. What would it mean? Clark is smart. He's a smart detective. Oh, there's the ring. It means we send these photos and the tape to the client. Maybe this will lead us to something, considering the money they're willing to shell out. The case must be bigger than it seems. Clark was talking to Vince as if he was expecting something to happen. Oh, Susanna gave him a ring and said that it would stop his nightmares. She said, "This will stop your nightmares. Just put this on." And he was like, "Well, I don't know. I mean, hell, like the pills are working fine. I don't really see why I'd need that. It's just superstitious stuff." And she goes, "Just humor me and do it." And he was like, "Well, I mean, hell, it won't hurt. It's a kind of cool looking ring." So he put it on, and then he could do the thing where he could, like, put his hand out and start having visions. The following day, I'm guessing it's obviously the Devil King's signet ring. The following day, yeah, President Richard gathered the band in the hotel's meeting room to discuss their future plans. So here's the thing, we received a flood of pre-orders for your next song. Even though we haven't announced a release yet, you wouldn't think this was mentioned in the newspaper only yesterday. At any rate, we must figure something out for the recording. I'm thinking their client might be. I think their client might be the King in the North. And that would tie into something that David saw way earlier in the game, where there was this weird noise and he looks out the window of his bus and there's this knight in white armor riding a white horse charging by them. And then he snaps out of it and he sees a car pass them by. And then it shifts over to who was in the car, and it was Clark and Vince. So basically he was seeing them as knights. So if their mysterious client is anybody, it has to be somebody who would give knights orders. I'm thinking that's who the King in of the North is. Whoever their mysterious client is. How about we record tonight's live? They'll also say live like this. You never hear that. You usually hear live show or just show. But they'll say tonight's live, or I've been to all their lives. That's a Japanese translation. Daibu is basically the way the Japanese say live show. They go Daibu. If they don't just say enso, which is just the Japanese word for performance. But Daibu is where that comes from, and they translated it very directly here. How about we record tonight's live? We'll just have to cut the part with the new song and bam, live version. A live version would definitely be quick to release, though I don't think it would convey the right feeling of the song. What do you think, Martin? Well, it's already all over the press, so there's no time for a studio recording. I say we go for the live version, record a studio version once the holidays are over. Yeah, it's a good idea. I always wanted to record multiple versions of it anyway. Starting with the live version is definitely unique. Not really, it's happened before. I'm pretty sure there are hit songs that start off as lives. Twist and Shout. Twist and Shout is a big example, because they couldn't record it again. I don't know if that was live, but when Lennon sang it the first time, he had like fucking laryngitis at the time. So it gave him this really rough voice. And then they tried doing a studio version where he didn't have laryngitis and it was shit. Releasing a live version first, huh? Could work considering how good David is now. Alright, that settles it. And every now and then you'll hear like a default live version of a song. And we'll have to give tonight's concert some extra oomph. I want Martin's new song to be memorable. Don't go overboard with the oomph, Dave. If the crowd gets too crazy, we won't be able to get a good recording. Yeah, David's like crazy good. He's crazy good now. They're all crazy good. They're so good they have full control over the crowd. They can literally calm the crowd down. Or rile them up, depending on what they sing. She's right, you know. I don't want it to be just a bonus track because there's too many screams to be serviceable. You can stay at the hotel after the concert. All expenses are already covered. I'll go back to my room and figure out how I can spend my holiday. I'll see you tomorrow night. Each member of the band were renting rooms in different apartments in the city. They decided to leave the hotel following day and return to their own homes. You live in London, so you should be fine, but what about your holiday, Susanna? I was thinking of leaving the city and relaxing in the countryside for a while. What are they doing in the country? Sounds good. Meanwhile, I won't be able to rest at all thanks to you guys. In fact, I'd better get going. I'll see you tonight. Richard and Susanna left. David and the others decided to go to the lobby for a cup of coffee. Feels like a lot of calm before the storm. A lot of calm shit's happened since the magician died. The sun was setting. The last concert of the European tour would be held at the Royal Albert Hall. Outside the venue was surrounded by a record number of fans. Inside, that was the fans, guys. Inside the hall, the crowd's cheers turned into screams more and more with each song. Once again, it was a frenzy. David held out his hand to the audience to calm it down.
You know what? You cheated.
This is what you've all been waiting for. Our newest song, written by Martin during our tour of Europe. Prayers. Prayers. The crowd erupted into cheers. Uh-oh. Andrew started clapping slowly and the intro of the song began to play. It was a calm, quiet flow. For a moment, it was as if the venue had been submerged underwater. Martin's sampler played some light drums, which merged with Alan's ambient synth. Martin's sample. Okay, Martin's sample. Okay. Okay, I got it. I got it all in my head, echoing throughout the hall. David took the microphone and let the rhythm enter his body. The audience started clapping slowly, followed by the beat set by Andrew. Something bad's gonna happen. And Andrew's the drummer, just like in Depeche Mode, so it is him. That's the guy. Once Alan backed him with the piano, the audience went wild. David started singing with every ounce of energy he had in his body. That is a fucking beat. The band was surprised at how well their song was being received, pleased that they were being appreciated, even with such a different image. I hear they're legendary. I haven't really heard them. Maybe I have to just sit down and really listen to their shit. The crowd, or rather everyone in the venue, started dancing, as in a frenzy. Once David finished singing, the audience went silent. Not a single clap could be heard. Oh, it was shit. Oh no, it was shit. No, it's not what happened. It's over. As if they had been released from some sort of hypnosis, they started clapping and cheering. Martin was delighted, waving his hands to the crowd. After giving their encore, the curtains lowered on Elenovision's tour of Europe. Once the frenzy had passed, the staff thought it was a miracle that no incidents had happened. Some even making the sign of the cross on their chests. After the concert, the band got ready for the closing part. Oh, thank God it wasn't a fucking frenzy. Closing party that President Richard had been preparing. It was usually a small, intimate event, but not this time. And then David put on his iron mask and sacrificed one of the audience. David and the others returned to the hotel, changed their clothes, and entered the party hall on the 3rd floor. They were greeted by politicians, businessmen, and members of the press. President Richard told them he had a hard time narrowing down the guests. Once the party was in full swing, the front desk clerk approached David with a sealed letter. He opened up the envelope and read its contents. Yeah, these are some pretty big people. I have precise information about the Devil King. Come to Cafe Alice between Westminster Bridge and Westminster Abbey tomorrow at noon. Alone. Don't tell anyone. David read the letter over and over and felt the blood drain from his face. How could anyone else know about the Devil King? How could anyone else know about his nightmares? The party ended after 2 a.m. Still tired from the concert, the band returned to their personal rooms. With the protagonists gone, the guests began to leave as well. Press any key to start reading data for the CD-ROM. While that's going, I can show you the trailer for Chronicles of the Wolf. Because this is going to take it a minute. This will take a minute. This usually takes a minute when it starts reading from the CD. Oh, let's get a trailer. Here's the announcement trailer. Is that the one? I guess the announcement trailer would be as good as any.
It's hopeless. The beast cannot be killed.
Apprentice Matteo Lombardo, come forward.
Matteo Lombardo. Yeah, there's a day-night cycle. Oh, the day-night cycle looks awesome, too. Weather system? This game is apparently massive, too. It's huge. Yeah, you make pacts with ghosts and they give you powers, I think. Music of this is incredible. That's definitely one you should play. Like, it just looks so... Like, look at all the variety and shit. Like, you're not just in Castle, you're going to all these different places. And Robert Belgrade does the narration.
Everywhere. You have a rare breed.
Apparently Bloodless is in it? I didn't know that.
Chronicles of the Wolf.
Robert Belgrade, for those who don't know, is a fucking... I didn't know he was a musician when I learned this. He was the voice of Cool Z from Shenmue 2. He was also Alucard in Symphony of the Night. But he was Cool Z in Shenmue 2. And that's what he's really famous for. He's famous for being this guy. I didn't know Alucard was the voice of Cool Z, guys. No, you don't say that about Cool Z. You don't say that. You don't say that. Time out, Nick. Say that about Cool Z. I'm interested in this. Thank you. Once the party was over, Susanna visited David in his room. I did. I don't even remember why. Oh, I'm so tired. That was a bigger party than I expected. Well, I'm leaving for my holiday tomorrow. This reminds me. When are you going back to your apartment? I'll help you clean you up. David spoke. Oh, that's why you were drunk. I drunk tanked you. I'll drunk tank you. No, I'll drunk tank anybody. I don't discriminate. I've been there. I've been drunk tanked. Not really, not in real life. I'm getting out of bed late, so probably in the evening. You'd better steel yourself, though. I didn't tidy it one bit, so it's as messy as it was before we left for the tour. Have we found out why we're the Devil King? We're kind of, it's slowly narrowing down to probably the whys and hows. That bad, huh? Lucky for you, I enjoy cleaning. I'll bring some fresh ingredients so we have dinner in your room instead of eating out. You're gonna cook for me. I look forward to that. I'm not sure I'll even be able to fall asleep now. Hey. But you have to. You'll have nightmares again if you don't rest properly. David considered telling Susanna about the letter he received, but the sender said not to tell anyone. Oh! Oh! We're saving that. That's a big choice. This is big choice. Oh, this is the biggest choice. I don't know if she's good or bad, guys. Angry Sugars is convinced that Susanna is pure evil. And she could be... No, she is, because she's holding to, she's holding to the whole bloodline thing and the curse. The whole curse thing. And the fact that he's wanting to fight God. She wants to be part of that. And that's probably not good. He's not telling her. I'll be fine tonight. I'm so tired I'll probably fall into a deep sleep as soon as I close my eyes. I am Lord Iron Mask! That's good. Now that you mentioned it, I'm getting sleepy myself, so I'll be leaving. Have a good night, David. Pretty sure, unless we get even more details. Unless we get even more details, it's looking like, the Devil King wanted to become the Devil King for real after enough misfortune and he became evil. It's Pepsi. It's Coke. It's Coke. Good night. I hope to see you in my dreams tonight. Susanna left the room. David laid down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. More data for... That was all for... That's odd. It was like one scene. Dr. Pepsi. Why did it do this for one scene, guys? Like, why did it do this for one scene? I'm a Dr. Pepper guy. I'm from Texas. I like Dr. Pepper better than anything. But Coca-Cola is also nice every now and then. Not really big on Pepsi. I'm not a big fan of Pepsi. I'm thinking there are different, like, track lists. And it swaps them out after a while. I'm not. I like the taste. Your level 7 Bard is weaponless? What are you playing, Josh? What are you even playing? Probably haven't given... You haven't given your Bard a weapon at any point. Did you give him a loot? Here we go. Bard's Tale. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Damn. Damn, just punching through Bard's Tale. Worried about the letter, David woke up early the following morning. After tidying up his room, he took a cab to Cafe Hour. The cab driver knew the place, so he reached his destination in 20 minutes before noon. Okay, she's got an instrument. David hadn't had breakfast, so he decided to have lunch. That's logical. After finishing his meal, he looked at his watch while sipping his coffee. It was 11:55. David looked around the restaurant, but he did not see anyone that could be the sender of that letter. When Big Ben rang midday, a man approached David's table. It was a man in his 30s. When David glanced at his wrinkled suit, he thought that he might not have been an upstanding citizen. His suit wasn't pressed. Therefore, this was a bad guy. Forgive me for not bothering you when you're so busy. My name is Connors. I'm the man who sent you that letter. Connors handed him his business card and took a seat. The business card read Nick Connors, reporter for the weekly gossip magazine Flash. I'm a celebrity reporter, but I like to think I'm a bit of a detective. Who is this guy? Oh, Cheerwine is good shit. Cheerwine is awesome. I don't get it that often, but Cheerwine, like, there's this Texan bottling company that used to make, like, this pure cane sugar Dr. Pepper. And it got bought out. But the guys who bought it were the guys who make Cheerwine, so now it's pure cane sugar Cheerwine. It's fucking delicious. He does look a lot like Roger Moore, doesn't he? Get to the point. How does a reporter from Flash know about the Devil King? If you're just here to write some crappy article, I'm leaving. Please, wait. You came here because of the letter, right? I was told about the Devil King by someone. This could be the scoop of the year if I can write about it. Damn it, a scoop? My dreams? A scoop? I don't know anything about the Devil King myself. Are you gonna peek into my dreams or something? Ah, so he appears in your dreams. I didn't know that. The information I was sent seemed like occult fiction. I wasn't sure what to do with it, but I'm starting to think it might have been all true. Oh, no! So you didn't know about my dreams. What kind of information do you have? Tell me. If it's not made up, you can write your article about it. Yeah, it's a soda. Cheerwine? Yeah. Yeah, it's like root beer, only way better. Here's Cheerwine. Cheerwine is this delicious as fuck sherry soda. Yeah, here's like some bottled Cheerwine right here. And you're right, 1910's nomenclature fits. It came for it's as far back as 1917. Exclusively in glass bottles, if I remember right. I guess you can get it canned. I wasn't sure what to make of it. That's why I wanted to confirm your side of the story. A certain person contacted me for an interview. I'm unable to disclose their identity, but I will say that they were in no position to lie. Cheater! Ah, you know what? You know what?
You know what? You cheated.
This person told me about how the Devil King was possessing you, using his powers to plant the seed of evil in your audience. Oh, here we go. He said that your audience, under the influence of that demon, would then commit murder, lose their mind, and die shortly after. It may well be that your consciousness is strong enough to keep the Devil King's power under control, but when the Star of Darkness from the edge of the universe approaches the Earth, your consciousness will be replaced by that of the Devil King, and something terrible will happen. They say that the Star of Darkness will reach us in 12 days. They wanted to reveal this information themselves, but they feared your fans would take it as a personal attack against you. That's why they contacted me. If I publish this article and nothing happens in 12 days, I'd lose my place in the entertainment business. But this person is a big deal. They have far too much to lose. Are you for real? You called me here to dump this load of crap on me? You called me here to dump this load of crap on me? I have no words to express my disgust. If you want to write about it, go ahead. I don't care. I hope your editor's a horror fan, or he sure won't be happy when he reads your article. You got balls to call yourself a reporter. It sounded like he was just doing nothing but helping. I think Connor's fine. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to ruin your reputation here. I'm actually a fan of yours. That person said that publishing this article would save your life. They also said you should keep your distance from your manager, Susanna. They said she's a dark sorceress who wants to turn you into the Devil King. It seems she used her sorcery to cause the accident that killed Miss Claire, your former manager, in order to approach you. Does that ring any bells? This conversation is over. Yeah, right, I'm the Devil King. Susanna's a sorceress. What's next? Is Alan a werewolf? Maybe Andrew's a vampire. Come on. You aren't gonna tell me Martin's a demon now. She's evil, guys. She's evil. 100%. I'm only trying to get as much information as I can, like that person asked me to. I'll contact you again once I've written my article. I think you should contact a good shrink first. Get some help. I'm leaving. Unlike some people, I'm actually busy. David was upset for having wasted his time. If he told Susanna about this, she'd probably storm into Flash's office and give him a piece of her mind. More like a piece. I know she killed Claire. I'll never forget you, Claire. Claire wasn't even a character in the game. The game literally opens with her being dead. He's got no real ulterior motive other than writing his article. Who did he talk to, though? It's probably the same. It's got to be the same guy who hired the detectives. When he returned to his room, he found Susanna waiting for him inside. David, where have you been? I came to help you tidy up the room, but it looks like you're already done. Poor Claire. Claire deserved it. She didn't even get a portrait. Claire didn't even get a character portrait, guys. Would have been kind of sick if she did. Imagine if it opened with that. Like, imagine if the game opened, like, right before, and it's all, like, getting set up, and you're talking to Claire, and Claire's, like, this, like, just this, I don't know, beautiful, nice character who's, like, really great. And then, like, literally the next day happens and she was found dead. I feel like that would have given it a little more, like, heavy impact. I got up early, so I went out for lunch. No point in staying here. Let's go to my apartment. But it's fine, it's fine. It didn't really need her either. But at the same time, that would have been kind of sick. Finally, we've been staying in hotels for so long, I've never been to your apartment. I'm so excited. The excitement will die down the second you look around. I haven't cleaned up in ages. This is all the luggage I have. Let's go. After checking out the front desk, they took a cab to David's apartment. There's the apartment, guys. Look at how fancy it is. When she entered David's flat, Susanna shrieked in panic, rushing to open the window. Dirty dishes were piled up in the sink. You could barely see the living room table under the empty bottles and cans. I can finally breathe. I have to clean this up. Where do I even start? For now, let's make some space for you to sit down. Susanna started tidying up the apartment, at times shrieking, but she seemed to be enjoying herself. Once she was done, she went to a nearby supermarket to get what she needed to make dinner. Yeah, he's a huge slump. And two, they've been on tour for months, so that shit was just awful. Like, he didn't clean up before they went on tour, so those dirty dishes were like, oh man, they were probably clean after the maggots were done with them. When she was done, she went to a nearby supermarket to get what she needed to make dinner. And then she got back home and saw the King in the North spray painted in his living room in blood. David thought back to what Connors told him. I never told anyone about my dreams. How could anyone know about the Devil King? It's all so absurd. Too absurd to be some kind of harassment. I should talk to Susanna about this. David couldn't talk about it with anyone else. Susanna knew about his nightmares. She would listen to him seriously. Susanna came back with a big bag of groceries. David wanted to bring up the subject, but Susanna was happily humming and cooking. He did not want to spoil the mood. Oh yeah, mold in the sink. It would have been bad. It would have been bad. Humid-ass England. It would have been bad. Susanna chatted with David while cooking. I can only make something simple with this little time, but don't let that fool you. This is professional chef level. She's a chef, too. Can't wait. Never smelled anything so delicious in this room. I always either ordered takeout or eaten out. That kitchen never saw much use. Susanna placed the dishes on the table. It's ready. Come sit at the table. What the hell even is that? Did she gather up some, like, twigs outside? The table was laden with several different dishes. David whistled at the sight. As you can see, I'm pretty good at cleaning and cooking. Now eat up before it gets cold. It's delicious. Forget restaurants. This is the good stuff. That's it. I'm only eating your cooking during our vacation. Professional chef noodles. Yeah, the whole place would have just been covered in mold. It would have looked like the fucking Silent Hill 4 room. Oh, you're just flattering me. There aren't any restaurants in the countryside, so you'd be stuck with my cooking anyway. Oh no, we never set a date for the trip. When do you want to leave? 2 weeks in the countryside would be boring. I say we spend some time in your apartment and just leave in your car whenever we feel like it. Your shitty apartment is more entertaining than the great outdoors. Yeah, if we're going to Howworth, it's more convenient to drive there. Besides, I like the idea of going on a road trip without a set goal. David and Susanna were enjoying themselves eating and chatting about their plans. After drinking a beer, David started feeling tired. He'd woken up earlier than usual that day to meet the reporter, and he was not used to it. I think I'm gonna lie down for a while. After all this talking, 1 beer is enough to knock me out. She made instant ramen. No, it's the fancy $6 ramen. Which is delicious, by the way. The fancy $6 ramen was really good. The magician died from his wounds. His giant head wound from the magical attack. Go to sleep, Susanna. Oh no, Susanna definitely wants him alive. Susanna definitely wants him alive. She wants him to take over the fucking world. Instructions unclear, drove to Japan. Yeah, Andrew's fine. Andrew's fine. It was this German magician who was the descendant of a soldier that who betrayed the Devil King. You don't usually get drunk like this. Well, I'll tidy up here and go home. Huh? You're leaving? Aw, don't do that. I thought we were spending all our time together. I'd like to stay with you too, but this is your apartment. What if someone finds out? It'd be all over the media. I don't want to be a bother. You're not... Oh, God. He's not a J-pop idol, guys. Studio Wing, he's not a J-pop idol. They can date over in England. Musicians date all the time in England. Eleno Vision will keep going even if we're together. If this is enough to worry you, how are we going to ever get married? Damn, he's already bringing up the big M word. Married? I've been thinking about it for a long time. Susanna? I hope you brought a ring. Susanna, will you marry me? I mean, they've been on tour for months. They've been seeing each other for a long time. For a while now. But yeah, that's pretty... Yes, I think J-pop and I think K-pop also idols are, like, contractually required to be pretty much celibate. Yeah, but it's been a very eventful series of months. Maybe they just know. Who knows? Let's see how she reacts. I often dream about becoming your wife. You're so famous, I was thinking about giving up. See, it's fine. Yes, David, I will. I'll be the wife you want me to be. Yeah, see, it's fine. Definitely nothing bad's ever gonna happen. Yeah, no public dating. No public dating. No getting caught dating either. They do it for the creepy fans, they do, because the fans, like, basically they built on this, basically J-pop idolatry is, what's the word? It's profiting on parasocial relationships, and they've been doing it for a very long time. And they know exactly what they're doing. It is kind of fucked up when you think about it. It is really fucked up when you think about it. But they want to maintain that parasocial relationship with the rabid fans. And if that pure waifu is, you know, like dating a guy or marrying him, then that illusion is shattered for that parasocial relationship that the producers have been cultivating for all that time. And it's insanely unhealthy. But it also gets them lots of money, so they don't care. That's basically what it is. Yeah, parasocial shit. Is Twitch streamers parasocial? It depends. It depends. Because you can definitely make a genuine friend with somebody you met on stream. Like, you can do that. It depends on different things. Like, if... see, to me, a parasocial relationship is when somebody is... feels like they intimately know somebody, even though no real contact was made, or it was very one-sided. Like, for example, I feel like I know Brad Pitt. I don't know him at all, right? And a lot of people feel that. That would be a very basic version of a parasocial relationship. It's basically a one-sided relationship. Yeah, it all depends on if you're interacting or hanging out with them. Like, say, like plenty of people in chat are people that I've actually hung out with outside of stream, right? Yeah, exactly, Doppelganger. Like everybody knows who Brad Pitt is, but nobody personally. I guarantee you, almost no. There's a very low chance that anybody in chat personally knows Brad Pitt. Tyler Durden and the Single Serving Friends, the animated series. I'd watch that. Oh, see, okay. I said low chance. I didn't say zero. Oh, does he? Okay. Brad Pitt comes over to my house and washes my dishes. He just does it. He doesn't say a word. He gets violently angry when I try to speak to him. So I just let him do his thing and leave. Oh, thanks, sugars. Susanna jumped in David's arms and kissed him. They entered the bedroom together. They're gonna have sex again! Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were inside their car, parked outside David's apartment. I don't think she's coming out. Do you know they were an item, Chief? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get parasocial reactions with people. Like, just from... Because, of course, you're learning about them, right? It's gonna happen. But there's a difference between, you know, knowing about somebody and appreciating what they do, and knowing about somebody and assuming, even though they've never spoken to you directly, that you're their best friend. Like, there is like a spectrum of parasocial relationships. Oh yeah, yeah. She obviously said yes. I mean, she had many reasons to say yes. Nope, I'm as surprised as you are. You got any pics of our lovebirds entering the apartment together? Once our contract's over, we could sell them to some gossip magazine. That shit is gold. He's so profit-focused. Yeah, getting delusional is something that happens. And it can happen to anybody. No, wait, Chief. I feel bad about it, too. Anyway, how about we leave? The lights are off. I don't think she's coming out. Every time every time there's a sex scene, it's like an excuse to cut to the cops. David and Susanna. Apparently Susanna's mother was a dark sorceress. Well. Oh boy, was she. Apparently Susanna's mother was a dark sorceress, particularly famous among fortune tellers. It seems Susanna herself dabbles in fortune telling. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say or do can be used against you. Now that you mention it, all the people she met during the tour had something to do with divination. Then there's that ring that our client's so worked up about. It's a regular house cat. David has no special interest in fortune telling, but he does like that ring. It wouldn't surprise me if our client was connected to that stuff, considering how concerned they were about it. Maybe you should get one of your colleagues to look into our client. Maybe They probably have some kind of connection to Susanna we don't know about. We're supposed to keep an eye on our lovebirds during their vacation. Investigating our client before we're done would be a breach of our contract. That said, I can make a few calls. Oh no, that would go completely against our oath. I'll make some calls. I like Clark. Clark is probably my favorite character in the game. He's so awesome. I feel like we're getting involved in some creepy occult stuff here. Honestly, Chief, I'd rather back off before we're in over our heads. Oh, shit. Yeah, I get you. If they offer to extend the contract, I'm gonna refuse. Well, she ain't coming out. Stakeout's over. Let's go. Yeah, Clark and Vince's car pulled away from David's apartment. Andrew's your favorite character. If he dies, you're done. What if the whole band dies? What if the whole band dies? And there's multiple endings. There are multiple endings in the game. There are choices that matter in this game. We've definitely made some choices that mattered so far. David and Susanna were sleeping together, hugging each other. Then David heard a voice calling out to him. He sat up in the bed, looking around the room. You're gonna have to imagine You're gonna have to imagine them in the bed. They're in the bed right now. They're ghosts. There was no one else except Susanna who was sleeping. David focused his senses, trying to find the source of the voice. We got the David. Someone's calling me. There's no one else here, but I can hear it. Who could it be? We're getting the David-O. Spooky face. Oh, well, I'll let you guys, let you guys read this part. You guys read this. I know you got it. I know you will. Such a great timing. I got it. You could do this now. David spoke. He heard a voice. David. Who are you? Show yourself. I am King Hroth. I swore upon the Star of Darkness that I would return as the Devil King. Now that the Star of Darkness approaches the earth, my blood begs for my resurrection. The voice sounded so clear that David looked around the room once again. No one but him and Susanna were there. David, by laying your eyes on the blood of the northern tribes, my blood flowing within your veins shall awaken, and the power of the Devil King will be manifest. You must use that power to sever the blood of the King of the North. It's creepy because his eyes are dark. Are you saying I'm a descendant of the Devil King? Well, I refuse. I don't need that power. I'm fine the way I am. That will not do. The King of the North will hunt you down and kill you in order to sever the bloodline of the Devil King. You cannot withdraw, for the fated battle has already begun. Kind of reminds me of the lighting in Silent Hill 2, but I'm gonna get on a big Silent Hill 2 remake rant and how they fucked that up, and I'm not gonna do that. I want to do that now. Oh no. I'm not gonna do it. King Hroth spoke. Okay. I'm not gonna do it. So you're behind the nightmares, the visions I've been having. I'm not going to become a murderer for the sake of a grudge from a time long past. The power of the Devil King is already manifesting itself within you, due to the influence of the Star of Darkness. You have no other choice, David. You must follow your destiny. What do you mean the power is manifesting in me? You're insane. I know nothing about this Devil King business. Nothing! Love the effects. God, the effects are so good. Yeah, you mentioned that. You mentioned that some of the songs kind of hit that vibe. Susanna was awakened by David's outburst. David, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? Her voice brought him back to his senses. He could no longer hear the voice of King Hroth. You're sweating like crazy. Did you have a nightmare? It was neither a nightmare nor a vision. It was King Hroth. I heard his voice. He told me that I've inherited the blood of the Devil King, that I'm manifesting his power because the Star of Darkness is near. King Hroth, you say? I didn't hear anyone. And he said you're one of his descendants? He said that I must lay my eyes on the blood of the northern tribes, awaken as the Devil King, and sever the blood of the King of the North. I don't know who that is, but he must be a man. I'm no murderer. Now remember, like, this is actually interesting because one thing I expected from the magician was for him to be evil. And he wasn't. The magician with the third eye wasn't evil at all. He just got fucking killed. So, we're definitely getting some Sins of the Fathers kind of stuff where, sure, these characters may be bad in the past, but their descendants aren't necessarily bad. The Star of Darkness. That's the star upon which King Hroth swore to return as the Devil King. Did he say anything about where to find the King of the North? No, nothing about it. He only said that because I've already manifested the power of the Devil King. The northern tribes will come to kill me. Maybe we should cancel our trip. Why? Do you think it might actually be true? I like to think this is the singer giving an interview to Rolling Stone about explaining how he inherited the blood of the Devil King. Yeah, it was a steady transition, but it did go that way, didn't it, Lollipop? King of the North, that Scottish guy? Yeah, the Scottish guy. There's something I haven't told you. The reason I woke up early this morning was to meet someone. No, he tells her anyway. He tells her anyway, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. David told her about... Oh, shit. Why, David? David told her about the letter he received in his meeting with Connors. He took care not to mention his accusations regarding Susanna. His story sounded like a load of crap at first, but only the two of us should know about the Devil King or the Star of Darkness. How's that possible? No, it's okay. It's okay. He didn't mention the suspicions to Susanna, which means there's hope. There's hope. We don't know who this mystery person Connors talked to is, other than he's someone important. What would they have to gain from tricking you? Could he be the King of the North? King of the North. Yeah, he would know about the Devil King and the Star of Darkness. I want to see him in person. If he does work for that weekly magazine, he might have an impact on our future concerts. I'd like to know who we're dealing with. Damn it. Just when I thought I was free from my nightmares, now I'm haunted by the ghost of King Hroth. Some vacation this is gonna be. I used to think they were just nightmares, but after what King Hroth told you, I'm starting to think they might be premonitions. I'm going to look into this King of the North. David and Susanna continued to talk until dawn. They only got up from bed in the early afternoon. Susanna called the offices of Flash. Yeah, it's Flash magazine. It's like Daily Mail. As luck would have it, Connors himself picked up. They agreed to meet up at Cafe Alice. When David and Susanna entered Cafe Alice, they found Connors sitting at a table. While they took a seat, Clark and Vince followed them inside and sat at a nearby table. Everybody's gathered. As there were not many customers, it was difficult for the detectives to eavesdrop on the conversation inconspicuously. The dang tablecloth makes it impossible to stick a bug. We'll have to use the directional mic, Chief. That dang old tablecloth. Huh. Too much noise to hear anything clearly, but we'll have to make do. Take a pic of the guy before he notices us. I feel like I've seen him before. He's definitely not a detective. Princess Diana Charles in Australia? Fuck that. David the Demon King. Demon King David. That would be a hell of a fucking... That would be a hell of a front page. Their tables against the wall. Between that and the music, I can barely catch anything. Oh, here's something, Chief. Looks like he's one Connors. Reporter from a gossip magazine called Flash. Right, use the directional mic. Use the D mic. I can't, this cafe's too small and crowded. He doesn't ring any bells. Huh? Devil King. David's the Devil King, and his songs will cause people to lose their minds and kill people. Sounds like somebody's lost his mind already. Susanna's pissed. She doesn't want him to publish this crap, but he says he's serious. I guess fame attracts all sorts of loonies. Hey, Ralph, thank you for the 6 months.
Ralph_124C_41 has joined the convoy. This is all well and good. But which pointless martial art does David know? This is the important question.
Well, you know what? There is, you know what? David actually has an opportunity, a rare, one-of-a-kind opportunity to learn a very functional martial art. Let's see if I can do this. Let's see if I can do this real fast. Come on, work.
Now you can be ninja with your very own ninja uniform. Practice the art of stealth and secrecy, or become invisible by blending into the shadows. This top-quality uniform features a head wrap, hidden pocket for throwing stars, hand forearm sleeves, drawstring waist, and tie-downs on the pants. To order, send $24.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling to Century Martial Arts Supply, P.O. Box 10077, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma 73140. Please include your height for proper sizing. Rush orders, call 1-800-331-1000. To avoid COD charges, use your credit.
Use your credit card. Now, Adrian sent that, and I actually even made it a sound. That's a new sound.
Now you can be ninja.
But I looked it up. I was like, Century Martial Arts Oklahoma. There's no way they're still around. There's no way they're still around, right? They're still around. They're still around. Century is still around. And I was like, there's no way. It can't be the same one.
Now you can be ninja.
It can't be the same one. It is literally the same one. It is literally the same Century Martial Arts. And I was like, okay, they got a store then. They got a store. Yeah, they got a store, right? So I was looking at their okay, shop now. I was looking at their store. I was like, okay, well, they got, you know, they got gloves, they got shirts, stuff like that. I was like, there's no way there's no way they're still selling ninja uniforms. There's no way they're selling ninja uniforms. Ninja uniform. It's $109.99 now, but ninja uniform, guys. Authentic ninja uniform. For $109.99, and apparently they're really high quality.
Now you can be ninja.
We can they are selling this to this day. They still have it. It is different from the outfit in the ad. I think he's just not wrapping up tight enough. I like the it is slightly different, and I feel like it's slightly more accurate.
And tie downs on the pants.
No, there's still the tie downs on the pants. I mean, it still has literally everything that's said, but this actually looks way more legit. It actually looks more legit than the ad. Yeah, it's a good hustle. I mean, not bad. I think I would prefer regular Hakamas if I don't like the narrow bottoms, but the fabric is very good. I gave it a 3 because it'll do the job. William, what are you doing, William? What are you doing at night, William? I really tight around the calf, gave me a Charlie horse. Great gift. This was a gift for my son.
Now you can be ninja.
What is William doing? Does the job. What do you mean it does the job? What job you doing? They would dress in blue if it was night. They would usually dress as whatever their enemies were wearing because they would sneak in. They were basically like Agent 47 Hitman. They were basically 47 Hitman. But yes, there were like these like dark blue outfits they would wear if they were just doing night reconnaissance missions and shit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. They would just dress up like whatever it took to not get caught. Like, that was basically the thing. Now, ninjas would dress in black in, like, plays and shit because they wanted to give off the impression that they were invisible. So they would usually dress in black for those shows. William is American Ninja. William is literally American Ninja. Remember American Ninja, guys? We've completely derailed. Remember American Ninja? Not American Ninja Warrior, fuck that. American Ninja. American Ninja, guys. That Canon logo is always a sign of cinema.
The sacred art of the ninja has been guarded in the East.
Atmosphere at Barry's local McDonald's restaurant. He began the practice of going there at least 3 times a week for
it has
lunch,
come to
and
the
a large
West.
iced coffee with milk instead of cream.
What is hidden
1 to 2 times for breakfast on the weekend, and maybe once for dinner when he was in a rush.
He is the only
but wanted
soldier.
a great meal that was affordable, fast.
The mission to hijack a U.S.
Oh shit, it went
military
muted
arsenal.
for a second. My bad, guys.
Your destiny, my son, awaits you.
The adventure. The confrontation.
You had to bring up martial arts, and now this is the stream.
The code.
I will honor the code, Father.
The
Honor the code, Father.
The final hour. The deadliest art of the Orient is now in the hands of an American.
Oh, fuck!
American Ninja.
Oh, man! Oh, shit! Let's watch American Ninja, guys. So she wants to know his source. And I'm going right back to it, just going right back in. So she wants to know his source, but he won't tell, I wonder. Why would she care about a source? It's as if she's actually believing him. I am tempted to get that suit. Imagine if I just showed up and started playing Ninja Gaiden in a fucking full-ass ninja suit. Oh, back when Chuck Norris was entertaining instead of a sad and tired meme. He's just an old man. It's gotta be because he mentioned the Devil King. Also, apparently he mentioned stuff he only ever saw in his dreams. Here's what I think. This guy wants to make a lot of cash. I could scare all kinds of people. No point having a webcam, nobody be able to see me. You're right. I'll get like a bright green ninja suit. She took out a tape recorder from her purse. A tape recorder from her purse. Ah, so she's got evidence of their conversation. Look at his face. This isn't the time to be impressed, Chief. Susanna and David are leaving. Keep tabs on her. I don't think she's gonna go anywhere special today, but you never know. I'm gonna tail this Connors guy. Something smells off about him. Oh, for sure. Absolutely, Doppelganger. He used to be like, he was real deal. He was real shit. Legit actual martial artist. That's why he made it. That's why he was so famous. He like started off like in movies fighting Bruce Lee in like a fucking Year of the Dragon or whatever he was in. He was in one of the Bruce Lee movies. I think he was part of Lee's stunt team. Jackie Chan was part of Lee's stunt team. Jackie Chan would do the shit that Bruce Lee wasn't gonna do. Vince followed David and Susanna outside. Meanwhile, Clark stood up calmly, paid his bill, and went outside, waiting for Connors to leave the cafe. Yeah, I'll just put. Well, if I got a green screen, so I would just be. You would just see my eyes. You would just see my eyes and maybe like the palms of my hands. That night, Connors made a phone call to David's apartment. Didn't they, like, fight all the time? Didn't, like spar, I mean? Didn't, weren't they roommates? Guy who played Burt Ward was Robin. And, when Bruce Lee was playing, I think he was, didn't he play Kato? I can't remember. I think Bruce Lee played Kato. Pretty sure. Yeah, Bruce Lee is Kato. Here he is here. Yeah, he was Kato. This was his start movies. He was the sidekick of the Green Hornet. And he and Burt Ward, who played Robin, were roommates and they would spar all the time. He just stared at him saying nothing. Yeah. Vietnam, home of the ninja. Yeah, I think they were roommates. I think he and Burt Ward were roommates. I think. They definitely knew each other and sparred every now and then. But I think they were actual roommates for a while. That's because Shin Megami Tensei definitely intended that. They do it. They're very referential all the time. That night, Connors made a phone call to David's apartment. Back to the game, back to the game. We gotta finish the game, guys. We gotta finish the game. We gotta finish the game. Once she learned who it was, Susanna answered the phone on David's behalf. Remember when Seth Rogen played the Green Hornet? Neither do I. As Miss Susanna, I originally contacted Mr. David because as his fan, I wanted to confirm some details with him in person. I never thought you'd end up threatening to sue. After our conversation, I contacted that person and they said they wanted to meet the two of you. What should I tell them? I'm gonna say it was less shit than it should have been. But this is coming from somebody who really doesn't like Seth Rogen. Won't you tell us the name and occupation of this mysterious person? I don't like meeting someone I know nothing about. I'm afraid you'll have to find out once you see him. Besides, I'll be coming as well. You have nothing to worry about. He does look like Roger Moore. He looks like a slightly edited Roger Moore. Everybody looks slightly edited. All right then, tell me where and when. They're gonna tell us the day of the meeting. I'm supposed to pick you up at 9 and follow his instructions. They're always busy, so they can't really arrange a meeting that easily. Isn't that strange? They want to meet us, but won't even tell us where. Very sketchy. I want to talk Susanna, sketchy Susanna. I'm inclined to agree, but they said there's no point in telling us more unless you're sure about meeting them. So what'll it be? Hold on. I can't make the choice for David. David wanted to know more about the Devil King, so he let Susanna know and agreed. Okay. We're going. You better not be trying anything strange, or we're gonna sue the hell out of you and your mystery friend. Are we clear? Susanna put down the receiver and looked worried. If this person is a descendant of the King of the North, we'd be walking right into a trap. This could all be a big setup. We'll never learn anything if we keep doubting them. I'm not convinced I'm a descendant of the Devil King myself. Even if they're the King of the North, they won't kill us on the spot. You were never on board with Seth Rogen? He sure did. He got a whole lot of roles. Well, he was hanging out with like producers and shit that would get him roles. He was definitely very good at like climbing that ladder. But yeah, I never liked him. I never thought he was that funny. He wasn't that good. He wasn't like my favorite part of 40-Year-Old Virgin or other movies. Probably just me, though. But you heard what King Hroth said. I wish we had a gun. We'll have to make do with a knife. You got a license for that knife? It's in the name. If the blood of the Devil King really flows in my veins, then that power will protect me if we're in any danger. I've been having nightmares for so long, it's a miracle I haven't lost my mind. I need something to go on. I see your point. If anything happens, I'll be there for you. David and Susanna were convinced that the person they were going to meet was a descendant of the King of the North. You know what's funny? They always try to do the on-again, off-again relationship because it's more interesting and less cliched. It's nice seeing, like, actual couples, like, doing shit and working together. Like, and it's so rare. It's such a rare thing to see in any kind of media. Like, you see it in, like, Appleseed, I think, is, like, the fucking only action manga that's ever done that. You know, you got fucking, The Thin Man from the fucking 30s did that, where they were both detectives. It was Nick and Nora, they were married. They were a married couple that would solve crimes and get drunk all the time. Like, that was their whole characters. They would get drunk all the time and solve murders. Yeah, you never see that, though. You never see that. The next morning, it's always like on-off, like will they, won't they shit. And that shit is so fucking cliched, but they keep doing it because they think it's fresh and new, and it's not. Yeah, every now and then you see it, but it's such a rare thing. The next morning, Connors came to pick him up. David, however, decided to take his car as a precaution. Connors told them that they would be going to the Red Lion restaurant in Salisbury. Before they left, Susanna said she'd forget her purse. Susanna said she forgot her purse and rushed back inside. She came back with her purse a few moments later and got into David's car. Thank you for letting us know that she forgot her purse and had to run back in and get it. They took the M3 motorway and then pulled off into the A30 road for Salisbury. Salisbury is the home of the famous megalith ruin, Stonehenge. Stonehenge. No one knows. The Druids. No one knows who they were or what they were doing. Due to its fame, it's common to find sightseeing buses from London. Stonehenge. We're going to Stonehenge, guys. Stonehenge is where they got those stakes. Oh, shit. The two cars arriving at the Red Lion restaurant shortly after noon. Where the demons dwell. I can't start singing Stonehenge while I'm trying to read. Connors glanced inside the restaurant and then left to make a phone call. It would appear that there had been some kind of miscommunication. He was talking loudly, almost shouting. It's such a catchy song. I wish I could play it, but I'm probably gonna get fucking. I don't know how strict Rob Reiner is with copyright shit, but I'm not messing around. After he hung up, he approached David and Susanna. I thought they would be here already, but they're preparing to leave just now. Might as well have lunch. A waiter brought them to a table. I bet he had some urgent business to take care of. They never break their word once they give it, so... What, he's not here? We got stood up? We got stood up by the King of the North? What do they do for a living? We only know he's someone important. I keep thinking about it. I kept thinking about it last night. I could barely sleep. They raised me after I lost my parents. I own the debt I can never repay. The least I can do is never break my promise to them. I'm sorry, but I can't say anything. I couldn't believe this story either. That's why I sent that letter to David. Honestly, I didn't think he'd actually show up. I was surprised when David pretty much confirmed what that person had told me. He saw the Devil King in his dreams. What if everything else is true as well? The thought alone gives me the shivers. Thought alone gives me the shivers. Halloween 3, when they used a piece of Stonehenge to power the global death machine. The global death machine! I need to watch Halloween 3. That one's so interesting to me because it doesn't involve Jason Voorhees. Because they were trying to do like an anthology thing where the title just happened to be Halloween and it would have been the Halloween franchise with different things. Kind of like Goosebumps. Only slasher and brutal and R-rated. Does it also give him the Shivers 2? The Shivers 2 opening is fucking incredible. That fucking hotel guy, that hotel clerk, made me really it made me really interested in Shivers 2 because it was fucking hilarious. Let me get this straight. While it's true that the audience can get a bit rowdy during David's concerts, no one actually gets hurt. People were literally getting carted off in ambulances. No one actually gets hurt. It's the opposite of what this person says. Carted off and clawing skin off their faces. I'm aware, I am an entertainment reporter after all. I suppose it's a good thing I never published that article in the end. Oh, Michael Myers. Yeah, not Jason Voorhees. Michael Myers. Thank you. Thank you, Shilerai. I meant Michael Myers. I was just talking. Just talking. Yeah, Friday the 13th is Voorhees. And yes, his last name is Voorhees. The family name is Voorhees. They're Dutch. They're probably Dutch. They might be Dutch. They're American. His mom was American. Probably Dutch descendant. I didn't forget, I just said the wrong fucking name. Jeez, guys. Oh no, I thought I was thinking about the fucking Captain Kirk mask and fucking Michael's face. But no. No, I could say the wrong name when I'm talking live. And was I wrong? Was I wrong? Halloween 3 has absolutely nothing to do with Jason Voorhees. There's nothing wrong with what I said. During their lunch, a phone call came for Connors. He left the table to answer it, coming back shortly after. I mean, there's no denying. Like, who's gonna refute me? Refute that. You know, I want Jason to kill people with wooden shoes. It'd be a way different movie. He left the table to answer the phone, coming back shortly after. I'm terribly sorry, but it seems their car broke down, and they won't be able to make it here right away. They said they might be here this evening. What do you say? They might be here. They're running late, guys. The King of the North who invited us here is running late. Well, we've waited this long. We might as well keep waiting. Let's take a room for the night, Susanna. Connors went back to the phone booth. David and Susanna reserved a room at the Cathedral Hotel and then decided to visit Stonehenge. Stonehenge. Connors would wait in the lobby in case they contacted him again. There were few tourists at Stonehenge, as it was not the weekend. David was somewhat disappointed that the watchman would not let anyone inside the stone circle. Still, the view made him forget how tiring the tour was. He felt as if he and Susanna were on their honeymoon. Hey, Rick Stonehenge, where are the demons? Well, how you doing, Rig? Welcome in, Rig. Welcome back. The King of the North, the mysterious client that hired the detectives, has invited us over to meet him, and he's late. That's the story so far. We're waiting on our mysterious antagonist, but he's running late, so we have to wait a little. Escape. You grew up near the town of Voorheesville, New York. Now, I'm amazed that Friday the 13th part, Jason Takes Manhattan didn't go to Voorheesville. That would have been funny as fuck. But they decided to spend 3/4 of the movie on a fucking boat. The sun was setting and all the other tourists had left. They returned to the parking lot ready to go back to the hotel. Oh, you found it. Oh, you found it, Rig? Yeah, how was Dungeon Siege? Aloha, Rig. It's been good. It's been gripping. It has been gripping. There's still some creepiness going on. Seems the Devil King decided he was going to be a Devil King.
You know what?
Which is what's causing all this.
You cheated.
Yeah, I also added some sounds.
You know what? You cheated.
You know what? It sounds nothing like him now that I'm hearing it. Now that I'm hearing him side by side. Friday the 13th was having a Berserk boat arc. It did.
You cheated.
It did. It had a Berserk boat arc for an entire movie. Jason Takes Manhattan. It should have been called Jason Takes a Ferry to Manhattan, because that was most of the movie.
You cheated.
David tried starting the car, but the engine would not start. Thinking the battery might be dead, David opened the hood, and a chill ran down his spine. Someone had torn out the wires. David and somebody fucked their car up. David and Susanna stood in front of the car, dumbfounded. Nobody ever stands in front of something smart-founded. Jason does Dallas. Jesus Christ.
Now you can be Ninja.
Finally, I can be Ninja. I knew it was a setup. The King of the North lured us here to the Stone Circle. It's getting dark. There's no houses nearby, and we're too far away to walk the way back. Damn that Connors, he was in on it. We can't stay here. We have to go back to the hotel, even if we have to walk. We might cross a car along the way. Just as they started walking, they noticed a car approaching with the headlights turned off. There's no way that's a tourist coming to see Stonehenge this late. It has to be the Northern Assassins. David, what should we do? What should we do, David? We should save. It was my druids all along. It's a fucking druid! No! We'll never get away by running. Let's hide among the megaliths. They're hiding in Stonehenge. Oh, geez. Get some sleep, Nick. Go to sleep. Have a good night. David and Susanna entered the stone circle. It's probably another dream. Might be a dream. They hid in the shadows of the megaliths. The car stopped at the end of the paved road, and 4 individuals wearing white robes got out. The 4 white shadows approached the megaliths. David and Susanna watched them holding their breath. It's a ghost. One of the shadows shouted towards the stone circle. David! The northern tribes have concluded that you have inherited the blood of the Devil King. You may not believe it, but we northern sorcerers can sense the dark waves that flow in your veins. Ask Susanna, the dark sorceress, and she will confirm our words. Of course, you've no time for that right now. You can ask her in hell.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Alright, that's cool, Shy. I figured that was gonna happen. Susanna, we have dealt with the dark sorcerers you contacted before you even reached Bristol. The King of the North shall be here soon to witness your death with his very eyes. You may consider these the last moments of your life. Oh no. Oh no! There was only one shadow in front of him. When David turned his head, he noticed that the other three had taken a place at his left, right, and back. A magical tetragon. David, we're trapped in the stone circle. The northern spell will prevent us from leaving. Oh shit. Oh no. So it's true, you are a sorceress. Why didn't you tell me? She gave you enough clues, my dude. Just like you've inherited the blood of the Devil King, I've inherited the blood of Susanna, who served King Hroth. We even have the same fucking names, David. Like, what was your first clue, David? The two of us are their descendants. You've never fallen in love with any woman other than me, have you? I've been in love with you since I was a child. You were always in my dreams. Susanna, oh, before she passed away, Susanna, my mother... Oh, no, it's just the Susanna. Okay, she's still talking. Before she passed away, my mother taught me the power of magic and told me about the blood of the Devil King. That's why I've been trying to protect you from the King of the North. But I guess you just can't fight fate. Susanna. She just... Can you just make it one capital S, please? The Susanna might be a little too, on the nose. So those pills you gave me for my nightmares. They were made by dark sorcerers. They were made by dark pharmacists. They were made by dark sorcerers, yes. There are many who've inherited the blood of the original dark sorcerers, but only few can be said to be truly powerful. 47 months? Oh, Pooks. Happy 47 months, man. Ah, shit. Big shout out to Pooks. So close to 4 years. It feels like absolutely nothing. Oh, wait. Why didn't that... Oh, I put Pook 105. Go follow Pooks 105. How you been, my man? It's so good to see you. Pooks is a very comfy streamer on in his own right. He plays a lot of good games. Very, very welcoming, very cool dude. Go check him out. Go check his stuff out. Really genuinely good guy. One of the coolest people I've ever met. Everything about this gets very silly. You assume magic's not real. Wouldn't that be like literally anything with magic? Like, if you don't think it's real, everything's gonna be silly, yeah. But if you do, because it's 100% real, it's creepy as shit. We sorcerers can't hope to defeat the King of the North, but it would be easy for you if you were to awaken the power of your blood. She's telling him to fucking activate. She's telling him to activate, guys. At that moment, they heard the sound of a car engine in the distance. Then they noticed its headlights approaching. Is it the cops? After looking towards the car, the white shadow in front of David shouted at him. The King of the North will cast a curse upon you! Though I have never witnessed it myself, it is said that the agony is unimaginable. You didn't have to say you hadn't seen it. You didn't have to say that. This should be entertaining. As far as you know. Yeah, but you're not Google derp. As far as you know, as far as I know, Hawaii is just a big volcano. Technically, Josh, he's a sleeper agent. I'm thinking he might be. a magical sleeper agent from 1,000 years ago. King Hroth is trying to possess David, basically, is what's going on. Hawaii isn't real. Hawaii was a myth all along. I've never seen Hawaii. I've never seen Hawaii. I've seen pictures of what's allegedly Hawaii. I know Hawaii. Yes, yeah, Josh, I know. I know. Let's move on. I know, Josh. Yeah, like the Hawaiian Islands were spit up by a big volcano. IRL stream maybe. Rig is going to prove that Hawaii exists. The car approached the stone circle, stopping next to the car used by the Northern Sorcerers. For a while, plate tectonics is a myth. I've never seen plates tecton anything. For a while, nobody came out, as if waiting for something to happen. Look at this. If this was a green screen, could I do this? I'm touching one of these billboards in real life. Eventually, the passenger door opened and a man came out. The white shadow who was approaching the car stopped in his tracks. Oh, it is! It's the cops! The cops are here! You're not the King of the North. Are you a dark... Who hired this guy? Are you a dark sorcerer? The man put a hand in his suit and pulled out a gun. And he aimed that gun at the Northern Sorcerer. The ultimate magic wand.
I am an FBI agent!
Susanna stared at the man whose face was clearly illuminated by the car's headlights. This is the fucking payoff I've been wanting. That's Clark, one of the detectives employed by the Northern Tribesmen. The driver is his assistant, Vince. The driver is his assistant, Vince. Do the Northern Sorcerers not recognize him? This is our chance, David. I love how she knew who the cops were! Oh my god! This is our chance, David. The Northern Sorcerers are distracted and the Tetragon is broken. Let's get into their car. She knew all along. Susanna pushed David, urging him to run. The white shadows at their sides chased after them. Noticing this, Clark pointed his gun at the robed man and pulled the trigger. The four shadows stopped. Clark kept aiming his gun at them. The lights of yet another car were approaching the site. That's how you avoid... That's how you avoid getting... You aren't the King of the North. Are you a dark sorcerer? I can't believe he just asked. Vince opened the rear door to let David and Susanna in. Clark fired his gun into the tires of the sorcerer's car and then jumped into his own car. Vince floored the pedal and they left at a dangerously high speed. These are the worst wizards. All right, Hroth. Did King Hroth... Whoa! That was a fast car. Almost colliding with the incoming car, they were able to get away from the megaliths of Stonehenge. Did you see how fast that car was? That was a fast car. That was the fastest car I've ever seen. That was fast as fuck. Best spell in America is still gun. So who were those robed creeps, Susanna? They looked kind of like a bunch of white sorcerers. Thank you for saving us. They were Northern Sorcerers. If it weren't for your timely intervention, they would have killed us with one of their curses. This is some kind of war between Northern and Dark Sorcerers. I bet my ass that the other car we crossed carried more of them. Let me guess. It's all because of that Star of Darkness business. I like how he's just, you know, fuck it, that's what it is. This is life now. You must be really good detectives if you figured out that much. I must ask you not to delve any deeper than this if you care for your lives. Don't take this the wrong way, I'm telling you for your own safety. I'm really grateful for your help, and I mean that. then that stuff about David having inherited the blood of the Devil King's gotta be true. If you're a dark sorceress, I figure our client must be from one of them northern fellers. By the way, that reporter Connors, after his parents died, he was raised by the Archbishop of St. Radford's Church in Stratford. I'm Stratfordian born and raised. That's why he looked familiar. He was an altar boy at the church. His mysterious benefactor could be Archbishop Mellis. Well, that's amazingly convenient. David spoke. Are you guys detectives? How do you know about Susanna? Mr. Clark and his friend have been following us since our tour of Europe. Their client is most likely a northern tribesman. It's probably how the King of the North always knew where to find us. Oh shit, I keep getting him to repeat. Why would two detectives at the service of the King of the North help us? Believe it or not, it was a coincidence. We followed you to the Stone Circle, but you weren't doing anything weird. So we went back to the hotel to rest. That's when we saw a car stop in front of the hotel, and 3 men got out to talk with Connors, who got in the car and left with them. It was already dark, and none of you guys were coming back. On a hunch, we came back to the Stone Circle, and we saw the white-robed weirdos. When I saw you guys trying to run away, I figured they were up to no good, so I threatened them with my gun. Yeah, you sure did. You did good. You did good, Clark. Good job. I'm actually a big fan of yours, so I recognized you right away. That's why I opened the door and waited in the car. I had no idea they really wanted to kill you. It's so goofy. This part's really goofy. I see. If you hadn't come, the curse of the King of the North would have killed us for sure. We owe you our lives. Could you take us to a car rental? They broke my car, and I really want to get out of here as soon as possible. It's safer to go to the police. We can be your witnesses. The police will force us to stay and hide somewhere, but the curse of the King of the North can be cast from a distance, as long as he knows where we are. The police will never believe in the existence of sorcery, so they won't do anything about it. The only way to be safe is to escape the King of the North's notice. The curse that can kill people sounds like hogwash to me. Everything about you guys is so weird. Whatever, let's find a rent-a-car. Even though Clark had been researching the Devil King for quite a while, he was still skeptical about the existence of magic. Clark's car starped under the neon charm of the car rental. Well, here we are. I don't know much about this sorcery stuff, but take care of yourselves. It's a bunch of hooey. It's all a bunch of hooey. I want one, like, wizard horror movie where somebody's like, magic isn't real, stupid, and then he just gets blown up by a wizard. I just want to see that once. I'll bet it's already happened in some movie about wizards. There's got to be some kind of wizard-based movie, especially like a horror movie, where somebody's like, magic's not, no, it's okay, he can't do shit. And then he gets exploded or something. Like, not even not believing in magic won't make it kill you. Or, well, yeah, we'll stop it. The King of the North will learn what happens soon. Yeah, literally anything. I mean, that's happened before and definitely other supernatural stuff. There's no such thing as ghosts, and then the ghost scares him. You know, that's happened a billion times in movies. Yeah, vampires don't exist, dead. Yeah. Yeah, I know, but not with specific... Yeah, but I'm talking, like, specifically wizards. I'm talking specifically wizards. Like, you never see that with wizards. You see it with vampires, monsters, ghosts. I don't think I've ever seen that happen with a wizard antagonist. I don't know, maybe I need to watch more, like... Well, Phantasm, would the tall man be a wizard? Phantasm's a little too complex. I don't really think just calling him a wizard would be enough. Yeah, but Rows aren't Rows aren't wizards. Yeah, wizards don't usually go murder crazy. Oh, what was that one? There's a video game based on this one movie where a wizard goes murder crazy. Yeah, there aren't a whole lot of wizard antagonists thinking about it. I think there's like Warlock. Maybe it was that Warlock video game. Yeah, Warlock. All I remember is the movie, the video game, the Genesis game that looks sick as fuck. Because you have this kick-ass jacket. You have this kick-ass jacket. I don't know if you're. I think you're fighting the titular Warlock. Look at his cool jacket, guys. Look at the cool jacket. The King of the North will learn what happened soon. Now that you've helped us, your own lives could be in danger. It would be best if you left the UK for a while. Warlock, the man without shoes. Yeah, wizards are usually, wizards are antagonists are usually in these high fantasy things, and they're usually like building armies and shit. There aren't very many contemporary wizard antagonists. We're definitely done with this investigation. We'll hide our butts somewhere if we ever feel threatened. Have a good one. Maybe somebody tries to tell Warlock from Warlock that magic's not real when he gets his head blown off or something. I don't know. Clark and Vince drove off. Yeah, Sorcerer's Apprentice. God. Sorcerer's Apprentice. I remember being so bummed out at how bad that was. I was not a fan of Sorcerer's Apprentice. Oh, well, there is Thulsa Doom. But then again, Conan did not, like, he could brute force through the magic. He had high enough magic defense, I feel. Thanks to Mako being on his team. Mako was on his team, his chronicler. Wizards and Warriors is very trashy short-run TV show with an evil wizard that I might enjoy. Wizards and Warriors? As long as it's not like mazes and monsters, that was shit. Wizards and Warriors. I mean, there's the video game, too. There's also the video game. Unless you're just talking about the video games. No, there was a TV show. Oh, boy. I think I may have found it. This already looks like the best shit. Is this it? I like her horn hat. Is that Mark? No way. And the Beastmaster movie where they go to the future. Deathstalker had a wizard antagonist. Deathstalker definitely had a wizard antagonist. Deathstalker was fucking awesome. It lasted half a season. What a shame. Such a tragedy. It should have been way longer. David and Susanna rented a car and sped off towards London. The Northern Tribesmen are actively going after us. You guys know about there's gonna be like a 5th Deathstalker movie, and I was like kind of somewhat interested until I saw the very last name in the cast list at the end of the trailer, because it fucking had to ruin the entire thing with "and Patton Oswalt." Like, I was like, ah, shit. Like, right then, all of my hype just drained out of my body. Duke's a fan of Wizards and Warriors. Yeah, that was my actual reaction, Rig. It was that Dana dead. The Northern Tribesmen are actively going after us. I don't think it's safe to go back to your apartment. Deathstalker 2, I was fine with, but it wasn't as awesome. Like, Deathstalker 1 took itself serious. Like, it was kinda goofy in places, but the more characters died and the more, like, pissed off Deathstalker got, the more serious it got. It was fucking awesome. And Deathstalker 2 was just straight up comedy, but it was fine because they had Monique Gabrielle as like 2 characters, so there were 2 Monique Gabrielles, and that more than made up for the problems. The Northern Tribesmen are actively going after us. I don't think it's safe to go back to your apartment. Why don't we head for Hayworth? That's where I was born. There are sorcerers there, old friends of my mother's. They'll keep you safe. I still don't know who the good guy or the bad guy is in this. You know that the King of the North is the Archbishop of St. Radford's Church. Instead of running, I think we should talk to him. David, he wants to kill you. He's not going to listen to you unless you actually meant fighting him. So what do? Do we go to Hayworth or do we fight him? Okay, no choices yet. David's cars stopped at a crossroad. He could take the road that led to Hayworth or the one that led to Stratford. He weighed his options. Should he run away to the countryside of Hayworth or take the fight to St. Radford's Church? Holy shit. Okay, another real choice. Don't remember if I saved in slot 6. I'm saving in 7. Fuck it. Persist. We're going to Hayworth. Beastmaster 2 has the evil wizard from the past and people who didn't believe in magic in the future, which was like the 90s. Okay. Actually, I think I saw that a long time ago, Dana. I was a kid. It was like a Sci-Fi Channel edit. I seem to remember that. Should we watch the Beastmaster? We should. We should. While it's reading data, let's watch the Beastmaster 2 trailer. I actually remember this when I was a kid. This fucking dude. Through the portal of time.
In a dark and distant age, a lone warrior with mystical powers. Master of the beast. And the creatures he commands.
These are my ferrets. He's got ferrets.
His strength. Kodo and Podo, his thieves. And Shirak, his eyes. They will challenge the forces of a brutal tyrant.
Did you actually believe that you and your flock of peasants could overthrow my kingdom?
But the battle for the fate of their world,
With the threat of such a weapon, I could rule unopposed.
will lead them to another.
Look at the portal.
Power awaits you, my lord. Dimensional portal, the doorway to your ultimate triumph.
Oh. Barbaric land that time has ever known.
This is Los Angeles. Most awesome place in the universe.
Yo, Darth Vader, what is it, some kind of movie set?
You gotta get yourself some fresh thread. Rock and roll, baby. Whoa.
How come a clean-cut jungle boy like you is hanging out with a creep like this?
Clean-cut jungle boy.
This geek is really
The world is mine! You must pass me first.
Uncle Phil. It was Uncle Phil, wasn't it? And then it goes straight back into barbarian fantasy
Mark Singer returns in Beastmaster 2.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Of time.
Yeah, this was like on Sci-Fi Channel when I was a kid. I was like, what the fuck does he have ferrets for? Why didn't he have, like, fucking throwing knives? What's with the ferrets? I was not impressed with the ferrets when I was a kid. I thought they were goofy. Alright, we picked this, and this may be an ending route. Yeah, that was 100 billion% I watched it when I was a kid. I might like it better now. You're being forced to remember this. How's it going, Helvetica? Welcome in. That was definitely on a budget. What was the budget of Beastmaster 2? What was the budget of Beastmaster 2? $6 million. It made roughly $800,000. It had a $6 million budget, which was huge for 1991. Beastmaster 1 was in 1982. You know, I gotta see it. I gotta see it. I gotta see the Beastmaster 1. I've never seen Beastmaster 1. I've never seen Beastmaster 1. I want to watch the trailer. 9 years before this.
It was foretold by witches. It was conceived through sorcery. And it was to be destroyed by all that is evil. But the courage of one mortal saved it. And so, into an age of darkness, in a time of mysticism.
Yeah, that's not a small... yeah, it wasn't like a huge budget movie, but it was a big budget movie. It was a real movie. It was above B.
Born with the strength of a black tiger. The courage of an eagle. The power that made him more than...
Yeah, you could tell they were just going straight Conan with this. This is just full Conan. Yeah!
More than any lover.
It's fucking... They were really selling those ferrets.
He was the Beast Master. Behold the wonder. The horror. The fantasy.
Oh, that's sick.
The challenge of the one warrior they
Producers love the ferrets. I didn't love the ferrets even as a kid. I wasn't won over.
Tanya Roberts is Carrie.
Jesus, Carrie, you gotta be careful.
John Amos is Seth. Together they take us on a fascinating journey back into unexplored times. Conquer your fears.
Yeah, the first movie was definitely serious. I knew it would be. I just wanted that comparison. Like
discover the incredible
Deathstalker 1 was serious.
Animal. And all that is phantasmagorical. In the world of dungeons, dragons, and Dar. The Beast Master. The epic adventure of a new kind of hero.
Conan with pets. Nobody's ever seen Conan with pets. Oh, for sure. That trailer narrator was awesome. How much did they spend on Beastmaster oil? How much was someone willing to pay for Beastmaster oil? Oh shit, I typed in Beastmaster oil. I just want to know the budget of that. That probably had a lower budget than Beastmaster 1. No, it was 9 million. It was 9 million and made 14 million in the box office. So it was more successful and a little more expensive. It actually made a profit of at least a little bit. Conan with Pokemon. Yeah, sugars, that's what we need. We need, but the problem is, like, any attempt at, like, a cheesy 80s movies these days is gonna be really self-aware and silly on purpose. It's always gonna be silly on purpose. It's gonna have some goofy, dumbass Reddit comedian who isn't that funny, who thinks who's gonna be like, oh, here I am, I'm the, you know, Patton Oswalt, I'm in Deathstalker, right? And it's just lame. The thing that made cheesy 80s movies so good wasn't the cheese, it was the sincerity. They were so, they took it so serious until they didn't. But like they took it, they didn't, there was no self-awareness. There was no, oh boy, I hope people on Reddit don't criticize this. We'd better make a joke about it so they don't. Like, they didn't give a fuck about those people. And it was awesome. It was so good. Conan with Pokemon, don't tell Nintendo. Yeah, they'll sue people for Conan. The Lamentations. RoboCop was an attempt to bring back a cheesy 80s movie. Yeah, and it did it completely with a straight face. That's what we need. We need straight-faced cheese. Not self-aware cheese. That shit's stupid. It comes off as lame. It's gotta be serious. You gotta be serious about your camp. We need sincere camp again. Exactly. Kung Fury's a perfect example of it, what I mean, and I didn't like it either. I didn't like that either, Father Axekeeper. People love referencing Kung Fury. I even have Kung Fury jokes in my soundboard, but at the same time, I didn't really like it because like you said, it was way too self-aware. It was winking at the camera way too hard. That idea might be yeah. I mean, isn't Palworld basically just Conan Exiles, but with Pokemon? You'd pay money to see a Pokemon cleave a Pikachu in twain. Monster collecting, they got a patent with that. Yeah, Nintendo needs to get shut down at this point. Like, just kill Nintendo. Kill the entire company so Japanese developers can fucking make video games without worrying about the legal minefield that Nintendo has turned Japanese game development into. Because what they're doing is fucking horrendous. I can't stand Nintendo these days. It's so bad. Anyway, you're right. If I go to St. Radford's Church, I'm only asking to die. Let's hide in the countryside and try to come up with a plan. I guarantee you Nintendo is why we're not really getting really innovative. We're not getting a whole lot of innovative, like, smaller Japanese games. And I really think it has a lot to do with just the patents, because they're not going to reveal their patents. People are going to stumble onto those patents and get sued then, without even knowing it. Fanboys won't let it happen. Something needs to change. There needs to be a change. They won't let it happen, but something needs to. I don't even think Nintendo has to die specifically, but that shit needs to get straightened the hell out, big time. Because I miss, like, smaller budget Japanese games. I miss those smaller, ambitious as fuck Japanese games that are just experimental and fucking wild. And I feel like Nintendo turning that into a legal minefield has backed a lot of would-be devs off. Because why would they do that? Why would you make an innovative game if Nintendo already patented some mechanic that you came up with that you didn't know Nintendo patented? Pokemon DLC blocking on collecting Pokemon, yeah. Like that's a problem. Oh, absolutely. Exactly, Josh, and it's definitely a serious. And two, there's Japanese law to consider. Japanese law is very different from American law, or Canadian law, and EU law. Japanese law's got its own shit, and Nintendo is very thorough in how it like weaponizes lawfare to deal with gaming competitors, and that's just unsportsmanlike. There's a reason why rival companies would build off each other, and Nintendo doesn't want to build off the works of others anymore. They want to try to crush competition now, and that just isn't how it works. That'll just make your business stagnant. That'll just make them completely stagnant. And sure enough, they feel stagnant these days. Nintendo doesn't feel as innovative as it used to be because they don't have to. They don't have to. If they can just crush their competition legally, then they don't have to innovate themselves, because who are they competing with? That's my problem. That's my problem with it. I don't think it is Helvetica. It's weird. It's a big minefield, and I feel like it's going to catch on, and it's going to start biting Nintendo in the ass. In the meantime, we do have, like, everybody in the world has a lifetime of games that are already out, thankfully. I got the entire PC98 collection. It was like 100 gigabytes, which isn't really that big when you think about it being an entire games library. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I don't know the specifics, I just know that something's gotta happen. I just know the problem. I'm not here to offer solutions. Yeah. New Pokemon has day one $30 DLC. You could buy Silksong 1.5 times for that. Along with another Silksong just to play with other people. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you could get for 100 gigabytes, you could get the entire PC 98 games library. Or you could do a 250 gigabyte Call of Duty download, update download. Pick your poison. So many game, guys. There's so much game. Speaking of game, let's see if we locked ourselves into an ending. David kept away from Stratford, driving north along the M1 motorway, passing through London during the night. The sun started rising as they crossed Manchester. I did save this, so we'll see what... Well, sometimes we have to fight the bishop. You must be tired. Look, the sun is rising. Would you like me to drive? I heard when the sky gets brighter, you start relaxing and feeling tired. Yeah, let's switch out before we have an accident. David stopped the car and let Susanna take the wheel. I don't think David's dreaming now. I think they really did get attacked by wizards. And I think the cops saved them, and now they're driving off to a little town of wizards that serve the king. Not the king of the north, but the devil king. They're driving to them. She asked if he wanted to take the fight straight to the bishop, because they know who the king in the north is right now. It's some bishop. And there was a big choice, and I made the choice to leave. And we'll see where that takes us. Susanna was driving the car. Either we lost the northern tribesmen or they're plotting something. We better keep our eyes open. Yes, though I don't think they'd dare attack us in broad daylight. That's my problem, Dave Victus. They need to make games like this again. The King of the North. Not even my worst nightmares could prepare me for this. I used to think my mother was just telling me stories, but now I know it's all real. Although I admit, it was still hard to believe. The northern tribes were more prepared than us. I should have trusted her words more and confided in you earlier. It's like we're living in another world. The real world feels like a dream now. Then I wish we could wake up and leave the King of the North behind. David, you must be tired. Why don't you sleep for a while? I'll wake you up once we're in Hayworth. Oh boy, he's going to have another dream. Who knows what might happen tonight? I'd better catch a few Z's. David leaned back on his seat and closed his eyes, trying to relax. Meanwhile, Susanna kept driving through the countryside. Eventually, the fields turned to meadows. A winding road went up and down the hills. The car entered the wilderness of Hayworth. A flock of sheep was visible throughout its thick grasslands. Look at all those sheep. Here we go. Dream time. That didn't take long. Old people. There's Red Foreman on the right. Do you fly, Bobby? Suddenly, Susanna shrieked and slammed on the brakes. David woke up and looked outside the window. A group of shepherds were surrounding their car. This is definitely a dream. Bitches, leave. What's going on? Who are these people? The elderly. No! I don't know. They jumped in front of the car. I almost hit them. One of the shepherds approached David. You must be David. You must be David. You are not allowed in these hills. Leave. Why not? I'm not going to enter your lands. I'm just crossing the road. Besides, how'd you even know I was in this car? God said you would understand if I told you. The hills of Hayworth belong to the King of the North. Damn. King of the North? Then you're all northern tribesmen. We are merely shepherds. I am simply repeating the words of our God, the King of the North. Our God, the King of the North. So this is, yeah, so it's like two different wizard cults. The King of the North is their god. I'm not the only one who heard them. Everyone in our village did. He told us that if we let you pass, you would become the Devil King. And in order to challenge our god, you would call down a dark storm that would turn these lands into an arid wasteland. Without grass, we won't be able to feed our sheep. It's the shambling retirement village! No! The King of the North is deceiving you. He is no god, he's a sorcerer. Don't you dare call our god a sorcerer. We know you. You are a sorceress. Everyone in the village knew about your mother. It said, it said that when her mother became a witch, blood gushed out of her body and she died in terrible agony. That must have been a punishment from our god, the King of the North. Why is it always wizard cults? We have played so many games about wizard cults. I don't know how this happened. How does this always happen? Susanna spoke. The shepherd's eyes were filled with hatred. They raised their hoes, ready to destroy the car. No! They're under a northern spell. They'll kill us. But if we go back, we'll be running into northern tribesmen.
Wizard!
I'm flooring it. Hang on tight. Susanna revved the engine and stepped on the gas, pushing the shepherds out of the way.
It's a lovely naked moment. No!
I work for Dick Jones. Dick Jones, the #2 guy at OCP. OCP runs the car. You're a car. Every time, only in the UK. Wizards, Rig, explain. Rig, you've got some explaining to do. Rather than moving out of the way, they stood their ground, throwing their makeshift weapons toward the car. Look at them go. I love the speed lines. The old man with the speed lines. Oh no! The windshield shattered and Susanna was forced to slam on the brakes. David, get out of the car and run! When David opened the door, the shepherds turned into medieval knights. They turned into medieval knights and attacked him. It's a dream. Dream. Terrified, David fell back inside the car. It's a dream. It's a dream. Pretty sure. Yeah, that was definitely dream shit. Yep, there he goes. I hate when shepherds turn into knights. I'm pretty sure there's a nobleman looking at an uprising who literally said those words. David, wake up, it's just a dream. Dream. David looked out the window, having braked. Suddenly the car had raised a cloud of dust. Once the dust had settled, he could see that they were surrounded by meadows, and that they were driving toward a hill. That hill. It was in my dream. The shepherds there almost killed us under the influence of the King of the North. But what if this is another warning from King Hroth? A warning? So you're saying there are shepherds waiting to kill us? In my dream, you were driving. Let me take the wheel. After swapping seats, David drove the car slowly towards the hill. My dream was my dance instructor teaching me waltz. A shepherd wizard is definitely got a Japanese, Egyptian, half-crescent wizard staff. Definitely. They reached the top of the hill. The road ahead crossed a wide, flat prairie. It's a bit further. The grassland was very thick and there was a flock of sheep. I think it was over there. David stopped the car, looking at the sheep. Huh! Then some shepherds appeared from the flock, noticing their car. So it was a premonition. Susanna, this road is dangerous. We're leaving. But this is the only way to my home. If we turn back, we'll run into the northern tribesmen. Caught between his dream and reality, David did not know what to do. What if your dream was actually an illusion the King of the North sent to slow us down? Abby, she's got a good point. Oh no, oh, damn it, we stopped. Oh, look, more shepherds are coming. What do we do, David? Do we keep going or do we turn back? David had to make a choice. Another choice. I feel like this is where the choices start really mattering. Run them over. They just want to feed their sheep. David swerved the car towards the flock of sheep. Oh, he didn't make the choice. The car drove through the sheep at dangerous speed. The sheep did nothing to you. Susanna closed her eyes. David kept rushing through the meadows without slowing down. He tried his best to avoid hitting the shepherds. Once he brought the car back to the road, David drove off, leaving them behind. What if they were, like, fine? What if they were, like, innocent shepherds? When the car started slipping on the grass, I thought we'd roll over. But you actually kept the car, you actually kept her steady. You're like a professional racer. Yeah, he ran through the sheep. Yeah, any speed you drive a car through sheep is dangerous. Yeah, true. It was just luck. When we started slipping, I was panicking. And I was randomly turning the wheel. It just happened to work. I don't know how to drive. The shepherds seemed pretty surprised, to be honest. I'm not sure they were actually lost. We just murdered some sheep. Very confused, angry shepherds behind us. They were probably pretending because we ruined their plan. And we stopped the car, they would have killed us. Yeah, you know, he's probably right. One of them was Clarence Boddicker, absolutely hostile. Spider-Man also has patience, but is a terrible driver. Is he really? They kept driving through the hills until they finally reached Hayworth. You would think that Spider-Man would be a very good driver with his spider senses. Yeah, he sure does, Freemy. He sure does. Dang. We've noticed. There are, like, also he's running around with Depeche Mode, like, just all of Depeche Mode. And they all have the first names of Depeche Mode, like, members. Yeah. There was also Salieri from Amadeus as a fortune teller in his old makeup. The entire game is famous people, actors or musicians. They kept driving through the hills until they finally reached Hayworth. I can see some farmhouses in the distance, but I don't actually see any fields. What do they do for a living? They're all sheep farmers. There's a general store and a post office in the village center, so things aren't so bad. There's no live music clubs, though. Yes way, really. Yes way, really. You'll see. You'll see. Here's an example. I can show you an example. He's not with us right now because he's, like, doing tour shit. But here's a great example. Here's fuck. Yeah, here's Martin. Here's Martin, the character Martin, who's definitely not based on Martin Gore. Also, the drummer for Depeche Mode, Andrew, is Andy, is a guy called Andrew, and he's the drummer for the band. Oh, you're right. It could make him overreact. It only really protects his body, so it just keeps telling him to bail out of the car. Useful for taunting villains. See, I always thought that his spider sense helped him swing more accurately too, because like his and I think even fucking Sam Raimi kind of hinted at that in that Raimi movie, because he was like swinging toward a building and then his arm just fucking flings out and just like shoots a web out elsewhere, and you could tell that he wasn't really aware he did it. It was just his fucking Spider-Man spider sense reflex. But that makes sense. If it doesn't affect the car that he's in, then yeah, he would just want to jump out of the car. After driving along the same scenery for a while, they eventually reached a railroad. Following the tracks, they came upon a settlement of stone houses. It was the center of Hayworth. We should buy some food. If we're going to be living here for a while, we need all the essentials. David brought the car towards the village. See, Durbal's making a good point too. See, that's kind of how I saw it. Well, of course Andrew's alive in the game. Yeah, Andrew's still around. He's still alive. He's just not here in the game yet. He's back home in London with the band. Me and Susanna, like David and Susanna, are like running around, like avoiding wizards. Once they arrived, they got out of the car and went inside the general store. They bought as much as they could fit in the car. The Lands live here in this village. They're old friends of my mother's and sorcerers as well. We'll be in their care for a while. I want to introduce you to them. Was this the right path? I guess it was. Sounds good. David and Susanna headed towards the Land's residence. Well, yeah. Susanna knocked on the door. I recognize her. God, who is this? A middle-aged woman answered the door. She was surprised to see Susanna. Oh my, Susanna, you're here early. When you said you were coming with David, I thought it would take you a few more days. It's been a long time, Miss Emily. There's a reason we're so early. Is Mr. Lands here? He is. Come on in. You must be David. I'm the wife of Lands, Emily. Please make yourself at home. Exactly, Doppelganger. Yeah. In fact, that's why I'm not really crazy about, I'm not really crazy about how comics are written that way, where, like, different authors are assigned different characters, because you're going to get a completely different character between authors. That's why you don't start your Superman movie in the middle of the fucking movie. You got to introduce characters, because they're not always the same, Jim. Before David could even reply, Emily went back inside to call her husband. Susanna let him inside. I wasn't crazy about Superman 2025. I thought it was shit. Lance came out of one of the rooms with his wife. See, Susanna brought David here. David, this is my husband, Lance. Hi, Lance. I'm David. Sorry to barge in without notice. Mr. Lance, I messed up. The King of the North knows about David and is hunting him. Oh, there's Lance. Middle-aged? Yeah, that's middle-aged, apparently, Dana. This woman's living in 1890. She's a sorceress. I see. Last night I was reading the energy of the Star of Darkness and the candle flame flickered violently. I knew it was a bad omen. I never would have imagined the King of the North himself was after you. Tell me more. I still don't know who bad is. I still don't know who the bad guy in this war is. Maybe they're both bad. Susanna told him everything, from the letter David received from the reporter Connors to the suspicion that the King of the North might be Archbishop Mellis of St. Radford's Church. So that's why we lost contact with the sorcerers in London. We tried to warn them about the impending doom, but the northern tribes must have found them first. I guess we're gonna learn. I'm afraid you, Mr. Hawley, and Mr. Gregg are the only dark sorcerers left in England. It's up to us to revive the power of the Devil King sleeping in David's blood. But wouldn't that kill everybody? I'm so confused. I mean, you got a good point. Hawley's powers are too weak. We can only count on Gregg. It's true that the power of the Devil King could easily defeat the King of the North, but we need to shed the blood of the northern tribes. I'm not sure we can do this alone. We know where the King of the North is. With some planning, we should be able to capture a northern tribesman. That might have been possible when he didn't know about us yet, but now, I think you should leave England and wait until the Star of Darkness leaves Earth. This isn't just about fighting. We must also think about protecting the bloodline. We've been protecting the bloodline without fighting for generations. We have our backs against the wall. There's nothing we can do now. Not even King Roth would fight in this situation. Okay, it sounds like they're trying to not let the Star of Darkness kill a shitload of people, which is probably a good sign. It sounds like the descendants of King Roth are trying to stop Roth as much as they are the northern tribe. Are you asking us to run away from the King of the North? If we did that, our children would have to suffer the same fate. No, we have to kill the King of the North while we have a chance. You just reincarnate. The buddy guy, he looks like he looks like every other character in this because they like would mess with their faces a little. He looks kind of familiar. I could see them too. Yeah, exactly, Josh. I feel like this is doing a good balance. I think this is doing a good balance. It's not explaining everything. Like, it's making you wonder who's good and who's bad. It's not spelling that out. I like that. I like that. This was made in 1980. No, this was made in 1990. No, this was made in 1990, Doppelganger. The PC-88 was around in the early 80s, but this was out in 1990. At least I hope that's what my About page says. I think the title is 1990. It should be. Oh, okay. Yeah, this was made in 1990. Yeah, this isn't that fucking revolution. Imagine if this was made in 1980. That would have been insane. Once the energy of the Star of Darkness is gone, both the Northern and Dark sorcerers will return to a normal life. We wouldn't have to worry about a King of the North for the next 300 years. Yeah, it sounds good to me. I understand. Let's go back to my mother's castle and think about it. Please call Mr. Gregg. I'd like to hear his opinion as well. I'm still convinced that we can capture a northern tribesman. We can defend ourselves from a spell cast by a northern sorcerer, but not one cast by the King of the North. I'll contact Gregg and join you at the castle as soon as possible. We have to make our choice quickly before it's too late. So, my guess is that that King Hroth's, like the Dark Wizards, don't want King Hroth to rise again because he just wants to fucking kill everything. But they also don't want the northern tribes to win because they have their own fucking agendas. So they're trying to stop both, is my guess. And if that's the case, then Susanna's naughty, which is very possible. Yeah, this would have been a ton of floppy. It was only 2 floppy disks in a CD. It was only 2 discs in a CD. Susanna took the castle keys and left the house with David. She had placed her hopes on Lands, but she felt weak after hearing his opinion. I thought he was willing to fight with us, but I guess the age cap caught up with him. Gregg is younger, but I'm sure he'd be able to capture a northern tribesman. Okay. I'll be honest, Susanna, I don't think we should fight either. What can 2 sorcerers do against their organization? I have this power, but I have no control over it. I wish the Devil King inside me would tell me his opinion. Kill them all! I'm angry! It seems that my power only manifests when you're sleeping or unconscious. It's likely that only once your 2 consciousnesses merge together will you be able to control the power of the Devil King. Great. Oh yeah, most of the CD's audio. I think most, if not all of the CD is audio. That's kind of what happened with Dio too. In 1980, floppies of CDs like around 2,100 floppy disks. Oh yeah, remember back in the day, like not even that long ago, like CDs would have A drives and D drives, and A drives would be floppy, like 3.5 floppy drives, and D drives would be like compact disk drives. And then eventually the A drive kind of fell out of style as floppy disks fell out of style. And we were just down to CD drives for a while. And then DVD drives came in, and then Blu-ray drives came in. And now we just build computers that don't have drives and just buy the fucking disk drives separately on USB sticks. Or like USB drives is what I have. The plan is to kill David to make a Tuvix to save them all? Yeah, sure. Is David even okay with that? He seems kinda fine with it. There's the castle. So that's your house? I feel like I've seen it before, but I've never been to Hayworth. When was it? The dreams you had in the beginning of the game. A small castle came into view on an otherwise empty hill. David turned the wheel right and stepped on the gas, driving towards the castle. All 5 guys, that was the like, PC-88s had 2 disk drives. And there was a rare PC-8801, which that was like the last PC-88 that had 2 floppy drives and a CD drive. And then I think all PC-98s had 2 floppy drives and a CD drive. So it wasn't 5 people. It was like thousands of people. And like I said, the whole A drive, D drive setup was like standard pre-built computer shit. Everybody with a Windows PC probably had those. So it was like really, it was a very popular way to go. Yeah, the installed base of CDs was pretty, yeah, CD-ROM drives, yeah, sure, true. He stopped in front of the gate, which Susanna unlocked with the key. Once the car passed through the gate, Susanna locked it shut once again. And a lot of PC-98 games have this setup too, where you have floppy disks that you put in, like a boot disk and a data disk. And for like heavier shit, it would also come with a CD. That was pretty common with PC-98 games. Also, yeah, just PC-98 games. DOS games too. A lot of DOS games would do shit like that, except usually they would just put everything on the CD. David and Susanna looked around the castle. Layens and his wife had already cleaned up the dining room and Susanna's room, so she began to prepare their meal. Yeah, by 93, the base was a lot bigger. Like, NEC, like, Japan's DOS basically was NEC's, you know, PC-88, 98 series. And those had a huge head start, in my opinion. Like, we had plenty of video games here in the West, but they were, like, doing some crazy shit. We arrived ahead of schedule, so only a few rooms are ready. The dining room and my room are clean, so we can live here a while. We can live here a while. Tour's over! If it weren't for the King of the North, this would have been our fun holiday. Why does it have to be like this? Oh, okay, no, everybody's on vacation, that's right. It's ready. You must be starving. We've been on the run since last night. David had no appetite. He could feel the King of the North breathing down his neck. But once Susanna placed a plate in front of him, he started eating ravenously. After the meal, David started feeling sleepy, and yet he did not want to sleep, fearing he might have another nightmare. Now that I'm full, I'm feeling sleepy. Why don't we both sleep in my room? Okay. I'm sleepy as well, but I'm afraid I'm afraid I'll have another nightmare. Promise me to wake me up. Promise to wake me up if you think I'm having one. Oh, was it? Really? You got the clip? Hell yeah, Shy. The Star Wars X-Wing game, you had a startup disc to have the music and some audio. Yeah, there were some cases like that for sure. You don't think Susanna's playing on her own side? Maybe not. Hey, Zatara, welcome in. A standard hard drive model shows up all the way in 1992. Oh, on hard drives, yeah. Yeah, I get you. I get you there. I see what I get what you mean, Josh. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. David and Susanna went to sleep in their room. After some time, she woke him up. Ugh, what happened? But what happened? Okay, Susanna. Sorry, you were sleeping so soundly, I considered not waking you up, but I thought you might have a nightmare if I left you alone. Dark Wizard sexy time. Is it night already? Yeah, I was just sleeping, no dreams at all. I wonder why King Roth hadn't shown himself. Considering the situation, I thought he'd tell me what to do. Where is he when I need him? Maybe he's at a loss, just like we are. Come on, let's go downstairs and wait for Mr. Lands.
You cheated.
Yeah, it's not too shocking, but yeah, that is an interesting point. That probably explains a lot of how games on the PC 98 were set up. Susanna took a lit candle and walked down the stairs to the dining room with David. Then she made some coffee to stave off sleep. According to David's watch, it was 11 p.m., but Lands was nowhere to be seen. The castle had no telephone, so they could only wait. Around midnight, they heard the sound of a car engine and they saw the gate opening. The car's headlights shone through the window. Lands came running, leaving the car outside. Susanna hurried to open the door. Susanna and Lands entered the dining room. It's about Greg. He's dead. Not Greg! He must have been the King of the North's it must have been the King of the North's deadly curse. I called him, and he said he'd come as soon as possible, but he was taking too long and I was worried. Then he called me on the phone. He was calling from a restaurant outside of Hayworth. He said he noticed a car tailing him. I told him to stay there, and that I'd come to him instead. He told me not to come, that it was too dangerous, and hung up. I decided to go anyway and drove towards the restaurant. And then I found him, right at the entrance of Hayworth. His car was smashed, and he was dead. I didn't see anyone nearby, but there's never been any robberies around these parts. He was killed by northern tribesmen, I'm sure of it. Susanna, you and David must leave at once. There's no time for discussion. You have to leave England before it is too late. Oh no. That's impossible. I left my passport at the office. Oh no! Let's go back to London. If we floor it, the King of the North shouldn't be able to catch us. Apparently. Well, they ran into Greg. They probably don't know their exact location, but I think you can. Maybe? Nonsense. You should go to Scotland instead. You can have your passports mailed to you and then leave the country by boat. Perfect. Foolproof. What should we do, David? Do you want to run from the King of the North? Okay, no,
you can be ninja.
No choices yet. Now you can be ninja. I'm willing to go to the other side of the planet to live with you. He loves her so much, guys. I hate the idea of running away without a fight. What about all the dark sorcerers who gave their lives for us? They were born to protect the bloodline. I, too, am willing to give my life to prevent the northern tribesmen from following you. That is our fate. I have no idea. Well, they're going to Scotland. Scotland is part of England, so they wouldn't be leaving the country if they go to Scotland. You shouldn't be throwing your life away for us. Nobody should have to die like this. Damn it. It were for the King of the North. Oh yeah, that's why he said he was gonna mail them their passports. They need their passports to leave the country. Yeah, they're not stowing away. He said he was gonna mail the passports to them in Scotland. It's your fate to run, David. If you oppose fate, your blood will be severed. The soul of the King Hroth will wander aimlessly for all eternity. David did not care about fate. Would rather avenge the deaths. David did not care about fate, and would rather avenge the deaths of all the sorcerers who died for his sake. However, when he saw Lands' tears rolling down his cheeks, he remained silent. He could not insult Lands' resolve like that. You would think, Vayvictus, it is really, really well done. They can't leave the country, so there's only so many places to go. Yeah. London's probably the north. Wait, which is funny because isn't Scotland like Scotland's like way north of London? So the southern tribe is in the north, and the northern tribe is taking over the south. Yeah, it's a country made of 4 countries. England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland are all countries. So Scotland is a country. But at the same time, it's part of the United Kingdom, making it part of that. Okay. Sure. It's England trying to... It's basically England pretending it's a continent. I get it. Yeah, the United Kingdom is an overall nation. But they call each region of the United Kingdom, like, you know, England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland countries. Because they used to be countries. Only the UK does this. I get you. I get you. It's up to you, David. We were all born to follow you. Your will is King Hroth's will. I don't know. I'm not from England. I'm sure there's a lot of nuance there. After listening to Susanna's words, David knew that making this choice was also fate. Oh, the choices. 8. Save it in 8. We're gonna do another save in slot 1. Slot 1 is just my default save. He decided to flee. They want me to flee. He wants to flee. We're gonna keep fleeing and then go back. We're gonna keep fleeing and go back. I'm trying to like brute force a bad ending so we can go back and look at the other endings. Here we go. Why would you say in the cast? Any character said that's a good idea? I would literally be insulting the guy who owns the house if I say we're staying in the castle. Another data read. Look how long these data reads are. That's why I don't mind like looking at it like trailers and shit. But I've run out of trailers. Unless you want to watch the Beastmaster trailer again. Could watch the Beastmaster trailer again. I'd watch the Conquest trailer, but it has titties in it. Conquest is fucking awesome. But the trailer straight up has boobs in it. I may be able to do something. Oh, it's even a Red Band trailer. It's even a Red Band trailer. Let me see. Oh, yeah. 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 Yep. Okay, so we're around 58 seconds in. I think I can maybe pull this off. Yeah, I'll have to, like, cut out a whole lot. Okay, where is it? Okay, 37 seconds. Okay, I think I can do this. I think I can do this. Oh, shit.
From a place beyond time comes a terrifying challenge beyond imagination.
Conquest.
Conquest. Two men join forces in a struggle for power.
Okay, I gotta skip past that because it's all naked sorceress after that point.
They faced the army
oh, no.
of evil.
No, it's fine.
To win the weapons of light. Feel the power. Accept the challenge of Conquest.
Okay, that was enough time. Susanna, we must leave the country. If we face the King of the North now, we'll die for sure. I know, Josh! We need to, like, all of us collectively, like, you know, write to Twitch and say that if oiled man titties are fine to look at. Then there's Throne of Fire with the lusty women. Susanna, we must leave the country. If we face the King of the North now, we'll die for sure. If we manage to get away from him, it will eventually win. Conquest is god tier. Yeah, they would animate even the real arrows. It's so good. I actually unironically really like Conquest. It's one of my favorite barbarian movies. I mean, nothing compares to Conan. Conan was the king. Conan the Barbarian was like the best barbarian movie. It never got better than that. But Conquest was really good in its own right. It was just insane. It's just insanity. Susanna spoke. David spoke. How can we win by running away? It's easy. It's easy. The King of the North wants to end the bloodline of the Devil King. If we have children, they will carry on the bloodline. One day King Hroth will come back and defeat the King of the North. I'm letting him deal with that. I just want to be a musician. That's right. As long as you protect the bloodline, one day your descendant will sever the blood of the King of the North. Don't try to defy fate in a moment of anger. All this sounds cool to me. All right, we'll do as you say and go to Scotland. If you leave now, you should be there by noon. No matter what happens, keep going and never look back. This may be the end. This may be an ending. David and Susanna left for Scotland under the cover of night. David's car was the only one on the road. There were no cars in front of them, nor behind them. Mr. Lands' car is at the castle, so the King of the North shouldn't realize we're on our way to Scotland. But if they find out we left, they'll easily come after us. This is the only road we could have taken. Once we're in Scotland, should we take a boat from Edinburgh, or maybe go farther north to Iverness? Is it Iverness or Everness? I always called it Iverness. If we had our passports, we could take an airplane at Edinburgh's airport. But that's a big city. The King of the North might have influence there. We should take a boat from Inverness. Inverness. I missed the "in" there. Is it Inverness? Yeah, it is Killing Mood. This is Gymnopody, I think 1 or 2. Is it just Inverness? All right. I see the "in." I see the "in," Josh. I'm not gonna call it Edinburgh. I'm calling it Edinburgh. I'm calling it Edinburgh because I'm not Scottish. Oh, they don't even. What do Europeans have against the letter G? Oh. If we had our passports, we could take an airplane at Edinburgh's airport. But that's a big city. The King of the North might have influence there. We should take a boat from Inverness and go back to London. Edinburgh. I did, and it didn't affect me in the slightest. Back to London. See, if that surprises you, the King of the North will never guess it. He's got a point. So we're going back to London, get our passports, and leave on a plane. Most of the northern tribesmen from London are in Hayworth, so it is relatively safe. Even if they were to force a confession out of Mr. Lands with a spell, he'll tell them we left by boat. Genius. Genius. David, what's wrong? You're going off-road. David, don't fall asleep. David's car went off-road, going full speed across the meadows. David, what's wrong? Slow down. Oh, shit. David's eyes were vacant. He wasn't listening. Did the King of the North cast a spell? David, stop the car. Susanna pushed David out of the way and stretched her leg to step on the brakes. However, she could not stop the car in time. Oh, I know, Josh. You know me. I couldn't care less. A large boulder came into view. David steered the car towards it. Susanna tried to turn the wheel, but it wouldn't budge. But the boulder was in front. As the boulder was in front of them, she closed her eyes. Then David let out a scream. The car started spinning. Susanna stopped gripping the wheel and her body hit the door. She heard the metallic star of the car hitting the boulder. Susanna lost consciousness, and then she thought she heard David's voice and opened her eyes. Magic boulder. They missed a standing stone. It was an agent of Stonehenge.
Now you can be ninja.
We're alive? King Hroth protected us from the King of the North spell. What? What? He did? He did? I heard his voice. He said, "May the blood of the Devil King seethe." The blood in my veins felt boiling hot and I fainted. When I came to, there was a boulder in front of me. I turned the wheel and the car started spinning. In the end, the trunk is what slammed against it. Are you hurt? Thank you for clarifying. I'm sore just about everywhere, but I'll survive. I guess we owe King Hroth our lives. He was trying to protect his bloodline. His final words were, Susanna must carry on the blood of the Devil King. He wasn't really protecting us, just his blood. We're alive, that's what matters. Does the car work? David tried starting the car. The engine was fine. He put the car in gear and tried to move it. Tonight on Top Gear, we just crashed. James just crashed into a boulder. Let's see if he can get it started. Anything wrong? Thou must fuck. Often. I think it's fine. The King of the North must have given up after his spell was repelled. He must have thought you were countering his spell with the power of the Devil King, and thought you might injure him. We should be able to run away now. But how can we live in peace when the King of the North is still out there? I think King Hroth will be satisfied if we follow our fate. If we follow our fate, by the time our holidays are over, the Star of Darkness will have been gone, long gone. Then we'll figure something out. Yeah, it only appears once every 300 years. They don't really have a... Well, I mean, you know, they could probably kill them, like, during that 300 years. You know, they don't have to wait for the Star of Darkness every time. You're right, once the Star of Darkness is gone, we should be able to return to London. Again, they don't have to wait for the Star of Darkness to go away. We'll just have to bear with it for a while. Or do they? Do they cease to exist when the Star of Darkness is gone? David's car kept driving towards Inverness. A few years had passed. Even now, the popularity of Eleno Vision was unquestionable. A young couple wearing sunglasses was happily strolling in the outskirts of London under the gentle sun of an early summer. Sunglasses, the sign of a true Eleno Vision fan. Junior's fast asleep. Junior's fast asleep. It's been a while since we last talked together like this. Junior? A baby with the face of an angel was there was a time skip. They had a kid. A baby with the face of an angel was sleeping peacefully, cradled in David's arms. One block away, they noticed a group of priests wearing black robes. They were led by someone who was clearly a high-ranking priest, the dignified, pious archbishop. A lovely sleeping child! No! The face of an angel, blood of a devil king. Instinctively, David and Susanna hurried toward the archbishop, taking off their sunglasses. Ah, Mr. David, even a humble man of the cloth like me knows about you. My, what a lovely baby. The Lord's blessing upon this child. The bishop's eyes got creepy. Then, oh, that's the baby. Is that the baby? The baby's eyes fluttered open, and the archbishop thought he heard a voice in his head. I'll see you in 300 years, accursed northern tribes. Is that the baby? The archbishop shook his head. He figured he must have been hearing things due to his age. Is this the baby or the archbishop? I am Archbishop Mellis of St. Radford's Church in Stratford. Please feel free to visit whenever you're in the area. Thank you, Your Grace. Can you believe it, Susanna? A blessing from an archbishop. Junior's gonna live a great life, I'm sure. Thank you again, Father. We'll definitely stop by your church. Come on, David, let's go. Archbaby. Archbishop baby. The Star of Darkness drifted away from Earth, taking those unpleasant memories with it. A bright spot flashed in a corner of the clear blue skies. It was reflecting a glimpse of the world 300 years from now, like a mirror. How's it going, Duke? We just beat mirrors. We got it, yeah. Eleno Vision vocalist David. There's no voices in this game. This is the cast. How's it going, Duke? I think we just beat Mirrors. Martin! Apparently we made all the right choices. Okay, that was Melis. We never met Melis. I don't think this is the true final ending. I think this is a good ending. But it's one that doesn't really... I guess it doesn't really, like... It's not really that impactful, though, because we didn't fight him directly. What the fuck? What's with Lisa? Lisa's been doing her neck exercises. Who the hell was Lisa? Oh, God, we gotta keep playing. We're not done yet. Travis Bickle! Dark Sorcerer Travis Bickle? Yeah, there wasn't resolution. They just said we're out. Fuck this shit, I'm out. Yeah, look at all these characters we missed. No, we gotta keep playing. We're not done yet. That was fake ending. I can't believe we gotta fight Dark Sorcerer Travis Bickle. We have to. Well, we know for sure that Susanna's not strictly evil. Entertainment reporter, Northern Sorcerer. The mysterious client. The mysterious client. There's so much. We need to know who the mysterious client is. With mental hospital doctor. The gambler we saw. I think I have it saved. What was the earliest branch point? Was it way back when you had to choose between taking the pill and not taking the pill? Dream Prison. That was the jump scare sprite. That was a very good jump scare. Okay, David receives a letter. Really? That's really when it started? That's really when it started. Damn. All right. So what if we tell Susanna everything?